Right here, what's up, how you doing? Welcome, if you're having a good day. Hello, hope you're doing good. I feel kind of not that great today, like physically. Like, I don't know, my throat started really hurting, and like, my head kind of hurts, but like, it's fine. We just chill, play video game anyways, you know? Yeah. So maybe don't expect too much, but me. Which one was the one with the? I don't know. I don't even remember which Alice Gay week it is. The 1 or the 2. I think it's 2. I don't think it's I flew. Who flew? 11. Yay! Does this have any funny censored chat moments? I don't think so. Okay. Hi. Tinty, then you're 4 months. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. That means a lot. Yeah, being sick sucks. But it's also my birthday like this weekend in like 2 days. My birthday is Saturday. I don't want to be sick on my birthday. That would suck. Anyway, I was like, I did load up Delusional Canopy, so we can just do a bit of that as warm up. And then we'll go into 90 after, I think. Yeah, that would be but I'll see what happens, I suppose. Nope, the game audio is there. One update available. I could be better. I'm kind of sick, which is like a while. Besides that, I'm fine though. I made a lot of progress on Escape from Video today. I didn't quite finish it like I wanted to, but close. Kind of close. Turret in EP tag, we win. Serious? No, it's not the serious. Just kind of like sore throat, headache. Not that bad of a headache though. It was worse earlier. Kind of like the headache that just feels annoying when you like walk and move around mostly. Oh. There is the kind of like sore throat that if you just like swallow, that it just like hurts. Vacuum, good luck, vacuum. Yeah, I'll do this for like 15-20 minutes and then we'll go 90, I think. That's not where you go, I forgot. Probably not that silly. Or maybe very silly. Either like 1 or 10. Either like 2 or 9 actually. Either not silly at all because I don't feel great, or especially silly because I don't feel great. It's 2 options. What? Huh? You should start at 0. Or else I'm having the median score. I mean, that's like how it works in like our school system here. The lowest grade you can get is a 1, the highest is a 10, and like a 5.5 is like a barely passed. You like barely passed. That's like it's like it's kind of like it's like a 6. That's like the minimum to pass, but like a 5.5 gets rounded up to a 6 at the end. So like if your average for class is a 5.5, that get rounded up to a 6 at the end of the year. So then you pass. That actually sounds fairly normal to me because of that. That's just how our grades work. Hi Nitro. Right now not at all because my throat hurts, but like, can I pass checkpoint 1? What the heck? If I checkpoint 1 suddenly hard me, I should just play through the map once. Next time I die like remotely anywhere, I just like debug and play through the thing. Not that one though. Thank you. What am I dying to? I want the funny demo. Give it to me. No. Yay. Apa? Kokabuni. Give it a 1 year. Whoa. Thank you so much. You're looking. Yeah, she does that sometimes. Hope you're doing good. Appreciate it. Why do I keep dying to like not the actual things? I don't want that I think from that. No, that's how I died like the other day. Don't do that again. The attack freeze is awesome. I need to beat that at some point. This is just so cool. I can see all the sunnies. Yay! It's true. No, I did that like all wrong, but like whatever. I didn't do that again because I kind of did the beginning wrong. There you go. Stop. No, don't have that death suddenly happen. That death is so like not real. What? What did I do? Is this one like impossible? Flying through check one more time after this. Come on. Not in gameplay mode today, I guess. Okay. Yeah, done at PA is a while ago. This was like 3 years. It's been like 3 years. Rhythms are awesome. Add a lot more than they actually do to the gameplay. It is true, they do add a lot more than you would think they do. I really like reverse bubble maps, but like They're kind of rare, unfortunately. I wish there were more of them. Don't stop dashing so early there. There's literally no reason to be doing that. I haven't played Golden Room in a while actually. It's just a berry room from the A side, but like... yeah, that's easy. Winter Collab 2 is insane that that's actually real. Hi, Carol. I can't get it. Yeah, nope. Do it. Oh. 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 There we go. Oh, okay. What? Okay, I literally can't do anything in this game today, I guess. Can't even do the funny demo. Not a good sign. Guess being sick doesn't like help at all. This might at some point turn into a mapping stream if like me being sick like is holding me back that badly. Which would be annoying, but like whatever. The mapping is also fun, but like it's annoying that if I can't play the game properly because I'm sick. But that didn't hit the wall bounce? Crazy. How do bunny girls compare to bunny girls? What is the difference here? I got to checkpoint 2, like 4. I'm gonna type like frame 2 of entering the checkpoint. I freaking hesitated. Don't do that. Silly. Demo then? How even? Stop dying. Okay, no. Just stop misdashing at that part! I'm gonna like lose it. That's an insane though. How are you, Claire? Thank you. You're for that 20 months. Wait, that's insane. Thank you so much. Then one room in 90 that has a funny demo. There's many. Cloud Room has. BK1 has. Do I do any? No, I don't do any there anymore. Gotham 2 has. Revisit 2 has. Oh, I wanted to play Checkpoint 2 one more time. Oh my god, this room is boop, I forgot. What? Okay. Yeah, that wasn't paying attention. train wreck of die once, die 500 times. It's not actually that this room is that hard, or that I'm bad at it. It's just I died once, and that means I need to die 5 more times. That's just how it works. What? How do you die to that? What's this room doing now? Other words, but that just makes you dash in the same direction twice. Like you dash down right into bomb and you dash down right again to go up left. Okay, maybe I'm actually warming up and getting better at it. I got the demo first try. Maybe I'm waking up. Low to high expert gameplay, also known as expert gameplay. That's true. Upright, stop dying to the first room. Upright, I love redirect. I am Parrot mustache. I guess it makes sense. Yeah, that's just the average canopy and locked up. Redirect. But only in runs in practice for some reason, it's like, fine. How? This map loves mid-air supers. Why are we talking about the real life zip bombs? Nice spike. Big jump, I guess. Most of the time people aren't playing garbage can. Of course. Reinforcements. That was like gonna happen at some point. Yeah, no, that I was I was waiting for that one. I did, okay. I thought I had to do like a adjusting. What even happened? That was weird. I thought I had to do like a small tap to, because I fucked up like the setup into it. Like that. I thought it could not just, oh, hold there. What? Okay, that's true. That's a nice job. Seems I can't get anywhere and distract them. How was that before the tech problem? Or at least the checkpoint isn't actually that long. The map itself isn't that long. Has someone yet played Celeste and somebody mine says, I don't think yet. I'll do it. And once we find mine says, I'm gonna take my Switch. It's gotta happen. Can happen at 100,000 YouTube subs. We did like a few more attempts. And then I'll play 90 and see how that goes. Human cap for information storage. Oh, I knew this at some point. I told this fact on stream at some point. I forgot what it was. Have I even heard about this? 2.5, oh, 2.5 petabytes, yeah, that was it, okay. I remember. The brain is basically just a computer. But like a crazy computer. Or like computers are just like weak brains. I guess depends what way around you want to look at it. I guess the computers being brains makes more sense because they came second. Great. Average Celeste enjoy 2 for 7. Awesome name. Thank you for the raid, appreciate it. That stream was good. Yeah, Black Pause Menu doesn't have audio buttons anymore. They added more in 2022. How do people calculate that? That's a good question. I don't know. Well, they didn't calculate it. It's an estimate, but like they calculated an estimate still, I guess. Hi, Con. You were 20 months. You're out. That's fine. You have another month to think of the next one at least. I appreciate that if you're doing good. to wipe my hands over. Way too sweaty hands. No way. I think that's safeable actually. What does this part look like? Hold up. I think you can get back down. Wait, what does this part look like again? I forgot what this part looks like. Did you need a dash here actually? If that's the case, then it's a problem. If not, that's also kind of fine. It's not that big a deal. It's not that far. But it'd be kind of neat. Oh, you can. So there's a wall to the right. Probably want to go to the wall to the right. Oh, this is silly. So oh, I don't know if I can actually make it from the, I might just want to go left from here. Actually. Wait, what does it look like again? Okay, hold up, let me. Okay. That's... The camera is so bad though. Oh, there's no way. I didn't make it. Really? That's technically one input. Well, actually, no, that's not one input. That's like the same input, I guess. I'll do like one more checkpoint too. That was gonna be the last one, but that's annoying though. Pause abusing? No, I paused once. What? Huh? That's not how that. Well, I didn't pause once, but like, I didn't do any inputs from the pauses. I don't know if you noticed that I was just holding right. Or left, I guess. Is it like more easily makeable from here? I guess you do want to go to the wall. I thought that might have been worse since I was already high up. Okay, I guess for next time we just go to the wall. Map? No idea, like a high expert or something. Does any of it actually become green gem? Probably not. I don't know. There's some like wacky hard inputs though. It's probably mostly just high expert. Yeah, they're different tempos. That no, no, no. I'm not doing no. I'm not ending on that one. Jeez. Refuse to end on that one. So what, like this map plus feeling sick is like impossible to reach out. It's already kind of hard to reach out with this map because it requires a lot of attention. But then also I just don't feel that great. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was gonna, like, probably do that. Yeah, okay, I'm satisfied enough with that one, I guess. That's a reasonable misdash. Yep. Not a far off. Like, I don't actually know what the cutoff is, but you can see it. If it's past the green line, then it would be it. So pretty close actually. It's literally like touching it. It's literally touching the line. This room is also just kind of questionable. How did what? That's a crazy misstep. That's not a reasonable one. Captain Rubik, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. Hollow Knight is a good game. It's true. It's true. Okay. I still haven't fixed the AD stats. Will I ever remember? Yes. We play SR. Do one SR. One depth was SR. $83. Exercise head muscles. What does that mean? Oh. Day 34 dropping a dumbbell on my head till my brain gets stronger. I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, it sounds chill. Wait, is there a renew Ricky video? Oh my god. It's so bad? Country J Star. Hell yeah. Make things right for you. I'll cue that after this one, because this one's also good. Make this right. Ah, it was right there. Make this right. Cue next. Or was the new Ricky video? I did see the 30 frame improvement in 6B. What is readability in Celeste? 37-minute video! Holy shit, we're eating good. Watching this later. I wanna watch this on stream probably. 37-minute Ricky video on readability. Oh my god. Go watch it. It's 100% that was tier 17. Either way, getting to summit is already like about that. Like summit itself is already about the difficulty in my opinion. Well, summit itself is like a high tier 16. Pretty sure it changed to be 17. Did it really not? I thought it was last time I checked. I thought it got changed. Oh, it didn't get changed? From Kriok's experience, it's almost like, I feel like it's almost no way that it's not 17. But where's Jojo? Where's Jojo when we need him? I can't tell if there's a hair in my mouth or that my throat is just weird. That's concerning. Wait. If there's a hair in my mouth, then it's really good at dodging. What the fuck is it then? No, the ghost hair in your mouth. What do you mean? Is this a common phenomenon? What? This is weird. I don't know. You've had that twice today? What? Is this a real thing? I've had that once, Bix. I've had that once. All the time, I'm like, something's on my arm, and then it's just like my hair. And then the one time I'm like, it's my hair that was just like a grasshopper. I'm like, where the fuck did you come from? It's fucked up. I hate it. I hate it when that happens. I hate when like anxiety actually gets you know, like normally when you're anxious about like just a thing on my arm or this like this thing, it's fake, right? It's in your head. It's not real. But then like it is real one time and then it's just over. Then it's just fucked. Okay. Then like it's never stopping. You're never getting over it. I told you so. Yeah, anxiety isn't supposed to be right. The entire point of anxiety is that it's supposed to be irrational. It's supposed to be irrational and not real, but then it's real and then it's like, fuck, it's over now. It's over now. I've had it like a few times with like different, like I've had it a few times with like spiders. With, like checking for spiders, I was like, I had to like get into my PC case to do some things. I'm like, oh, before I go under my desk, you probably look if there's not like spiders under my desk. And I look and there was an actual spider there. I'm like, no, there was supposed to be none. No, that wasn't supposed to happen. You were supposed to, it was supposed to be like irrational. And there was supposed to be not a spider there, and there was. That wasn't even the worst one though. Like the time that I found one under my pillow, that was fucked up. Like in the morning, okay, literally in the morning I found a spider under my other pillow and I'm like, no man, it's so over. Sitting under a blanket at night and then I don't know where a spider crawled over me and now I never sleep. No. Yep, getting hit by this mosquito. Where I hate when that happens. One of your monitor. Not the worst one, but that is like that was funny. The Max spider incident. That was crazy. The worst one might have been like in the one in the shower not too long ago. That one was fucked up. Because that one was fucking big. No, that's not a real hair. I should have followed that. Max spider is going to bomb that. Tom says beetle hit my hand while I was running near my silver tube. I didn't know what it was because I was locked in, so I thought it was just a wind. And after I died, I just forgot about it. So I imagine my truck wouldn't be. No, no, that sucks. A fly woke you up at night, so Chris would have really heavy book. The next week we went to the store and saw Oreos with filling the same colors the fly got. No. No. You got Feral Gold? Yo, nice. Congrats. That's huge. That's huge. Don't say fly got Oreos. Nah. Was it the last summit run where I just like, there was a mosquito and I just like insta-killed it? Like I literally just like locked in on it and then just clapped my hands and it was dead. That was like awesome. I sniped it. It's no chance. That was kind of aura, honestly. I was like, and I just died. I was too fast. It's no chance. Add some reverb to it. The electric mosquito swatters. I have used them for like flies and stuff actually. Yeah, we'll receive. I'm not actually that great, I'm kind of sick. Tank the electric sweater. Yeah, they do that sometimes. It's fucked up. Some of them just tank it and I'm like, what? This fly just built different or is the swatter just weak? Yeah, men in chat do exist. Actually, it's probably the majority, believe it or not. Just like the women are just a vocal minority. I'm pretty sure. This bumper cycle is like, man, everything about this sucked. We have a word for this. Home zero rock music, happy reflect yours. That's awesome. Of the 212 current viewers, I'm willing to bet that over 50% of them are guys. Realistically. though out of the active chatters, it might be the other way around. Out of the active chatters is... Actually, I don't even know. Is it? If you go by message count, then definitely women win, but like... The poll? I don't know yet. I don't think Ella shared with me. I mean, the poll's not gonna be like very good. Because like most people lurking will not vote on the poll. Our poll yesterday was for sexuality, which I guess also contained the gender indirectly. And I think they're lesbians won every time. I think according to that, like 50% was lesbians. There was only one straight girl in there, I'm pretty sure I remember. There was only one singular poll vote on girl and straight. I didn't press jump there. I literally did. What huh? Ghost input. Crazy. I knew I was too high in. Why did I go anyway? That I cannot tell you. If we go by message count, no, that's just unfair. Kako might be... Yeah, Kako might make that a bit unfair. Opinions less modded? Heartless, though. That's not a... Can you, like, look at the game, right? I know it's difficult to open your eyes sometimes, but... Yeah, I wanna do the did I not pause the tracker? You whatever. I'm gonna do the pause there too, like, cause like the only way I ever die here is cause my I don't have time to like adjust my thumb. And, like, doing this entire fast-forward chain in one go kind of like leads to like, if this is the analog stick, my thumb at the start of the room is right there in the middle of it, right? By the end of this bubble chain, my thumb is like it's like that, okay? Or like actually it's more like that, you know? Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. So like the main way I die here is because like I'm either scared my thumb is gonna fall off or my thumb does slip off. So crazy solution. Just pause, readjust your thumb, and then do it. Like crazy, you can just do that. Wow. Issue solved. Wait, no, I do need to double dash actually. You're right, business, but you watch test streams everything. That's respectable. There's a bunch of games I do that with, that I just watch people play, but I don't really play myself anymore, or actively. Allowed to pause? Yes. Why would I not be allowed to pause? What? Oh no. The pause button. It was a good run, you missed nothing. If we're gonna be calling like the intended use of the pause button pause abuse now, I think we're losing the plot. The fact that people even have to question this is concerning to me. Like, that's not on you, but the fact that, like, it's gotten to the point where people just see someone pause a single time and are like, is that allowed? That's concerning to me. That's concerning to me. Buffering. Do you know what pause buffering means? It's when you buffer multiple pauses, which basically frame advances the game. You see how the game advances by 1 frame every time? Which lets me do frame perfect inputs, like it's nothing, right? That's pause buffering. What I did there was pause once and then continue. There's not a single anything happening there. It's just a single pause. I find it crazy that we're like, you know, there's like whole ass, like, you're allowed to make custom binds that are like mini macros. We're allowed to use custom mods that like make the berry and keys transparent. We have custom mods that automatically pause the game when a lag spike happens. But just pressing the pause button once and people are like, Is that allowed? Like, that's crazy to me. Again, that's not on the people that question if that's allowed or not. It's the fact that that is even like a possible question that can come from people. Because that idea comes from somewhere. Ever complain about pause buffering when someone skipped a cutscene in a clear? That's a really funny idea to me. But the Goldberries rulers do say, and I quote, making inputs easier by pausing is always banned, even if you're not advancing frame by frame. Am I doing that though? Like, I'm pausing to readjust the hand. It's not making an input easier. It's letting me hold the controller more comfortably. I mean, like, in general, I'm like, I hate how much. Because, like, there's never been solid rules on pause buffering, right? It's always kind of been, like, a vibes-based thing on what is, like, too much and what isn't. Which kind of caused that, like, over time, the definition has kind of shifted more and more extreme to where, like, a few pauses are like, oh, should this even be allowed? And, like, I kind of hate it because, like, it is just a vanilla game mechanic. Like, you're allowed to make use of game mechanics to make things easier. Like, that's the point. Like, you know, like, we have a demo button as a mechanic to make the game easier. We have, like, I have a special faster button as a thing to make the game easier. The pause button, I think most of us can agree that, like, pause buffering is pretty broken and, like, trivializes challenges, and that's, like, against the spirit of the challenge, and that should not be allowed. But, like, any use of the pause button making things easier being banned is, like, fucking stupid, I think. Like, yes, that's the point of a strat, is to make things easier. It's not like I'm doing anything, like, heavily illegal. It's literally just a vanilla game mechanic. And I'm not, like, abusing it where I'm, like, pausing it like that to, like, make something difficult free. No, I'm literally pausing once to readjust my thumb. Like, that's the point of, like, pausing, you know? Like, you can adjust your grip. That's just an intended use of the pause button. I guess taking it a bit far, yeah? If we gotta take that into question. No, it's fine for asking. It's like, this is just an issue I have with, like, not you, but just, like, I don't know who's, like, not a specific person, just in general, an issue I have. Oh yeah, this one is banned because I did it as an example. It's technically making inputs easier. That's the point of a strat. Yes, that is the point. That is making it easier. The point is that I'm gonna be less likely to die there. That's the strat. I pause there so I can readjust my hand, so I'm less likely to die there. The point is to make it better and safer. That's not against the rules. Against the rules is, like, abusing it. For saves? No. Not anymore, apparently. That used to be kind of like a thing that got debated, but then, like, that was the entire incident of me doing that in, like, Summit that causing this modded golden server to, like, explode in drama about the hypothetical scenario if that one would have won. Strats are cheating. Ah, shit. Yeah, I can't wait for 2028 where strats are banned. You need to play intended, otherwise your golden gets rejected. Not the 25 orb strat. Like, I did a save in 1k, which, if that was a main strat, would have been banned because I did just do it like that. No, not the thing in my PB, like the 500 meter thing in, like, a different summit run. It was in like the touch switch room in 1K. It was not in 500 meter, it was in 1K. Pause buffer low. Cause like basically what happened is that like I fucked something up, I paused. How do I save this? And like basically it was a touch switch room, and there's like a ledge like this, and there's like spikes like this, right? And there's like spikes here, and I was floating like here, basically, and I basically fucked up. So what I did is I paused, buffered like my way here and around here to grab this ledge, right? That's what I did, and quite honestly, pause buffering a turnaround like that is fucked up, because like you don't have any like good concept of what your current speed is. Yeah, it's the spring like touch switch room in 1K, right? So I did that to save it, right? I pause buffered this because I didn't really care. I was like, this one is probably not gonna win anyway. Who cares? It's like a save anyway. Like in my opinion, like things like that for like a save are like fine. But like I do realize that not everyone agrees on that. But like that caused some drama in the modded golden server, because there was like, what if that run would have won? And there were like a good amount of people that were actually had the opinion that the run should be rejected entirely if that run would have won, which is crazy. But then it's also like, okay, that's kind of a problem. We can't just reject 90p. That's gonna cause other issues, you know. And it's like, we like making exceptions is bad then, but it was like a whole ass fucking discussion that went for like hours. And I just want people to stop having this perspective of like pausing to any degree is bad if it helps you, because I don't think that is how it should work. I think they mean like unrejectable as in like the entire run is legal except for like some small thing like the pause buffer or thing like that. Connected to the ground. Like, I think I know what room you mean based on that. Pausing is probably fine. This trap would have worked before the pause button changed one before. Honestly, that's like I agree with that. That's like a good way. Honestly, that's like I like fully would be behind that. But like that's not how it's being treated currently, but like I wish it was. Yeah, that's a great definition, honestly. I would like totally be behind that. Cause like that's, I mean, okay, is it that perfect of a definition? Not really. Cause like one of the big issues has been there's like no good way to define like the, you know, what should be fine or what should not be fine. Because there's no good like boundary, and I feel like that's like a pretty solid one. It's not perfect because it's like, okay, would this, because it's really, sometimes it's hard to judge, okay, would this have worked pre 1.4 or not? And like There's also a lot of people that have not played Celeste before 1.4 and don't even know what pre 1.4 is like. Yeah, that made it so you can buffer. You used to not be able to buffer like this. So like doing this would be just like frame. Was it even possible at all? Was it frame perfect or was it just not even possible at all? Yeah, 1.4 is where this became possible to do, right? Before that, it would probably look more like this if you would do it. It wasn't perfect. Yeah, okay, so you would, yeah. So like it would just be whenever you press it. Like, because right now, if you unpause, there's like a 5-frame window where if you pause again, it just pauses on the next frame. But that 5-frame window didn't used to exist. So if pressing pause in that window would just have nothing happen. So you would just kind of have like, or it would just not pause. If you do too early, it would just not happen at all. Like you couldn't buffer a pause out of a pause. Which I guess makes the definition pretty difficult. Actually, because it's like, is the strat possible in 1.4? Like someone could argue, well technically if you pause frame perfectly over and over, it will be possible in 1.4. So then it's still like the problem of like, it's kind of like a subjective line. Like, because then it will become like, what was reasonable in 1.4? And that's kind of like, yeah. Clearly, we just take the person's exact inputs, copy it to like a version of Celeste pre 1.4 and then run their inputs and then see if it would have worked. Spinner stunning is also not pause buffering. Yeah, stunning was considered to be banned, but then it was like, it's hard. If you do it, then like, good job. You know. You deserve it. You hallucinated me having also my timers. How is no one in the full like last 2 hours or 90 minutes not realized that my timer was not there? How did no one? It seemed empty, but it didn't realize why. I was like recording stuff for escape room video earlier today. One stun skips the whole lot, but there's not a single instance where this is the case. Well, actually there is like instances where this is the case, but like every instance where this has been the case, it's been harder than doing the normal route. You know, I think every single instance where like a stun actually lets you skip like the majority of the level or like the entire level, it's been harder than just doing the golden normally. There's not been a single instance where doing that has actually been like easier. Yeah, like that already happens with like, you know, Binocle, because that happened in Shatter Song, right? And like usually the solution is you split it into major skips and not major skips. No major skips and like major skips. Yeah, people I know, like I think Egg was attempting to do like Shatter Song with the stun for fun sometimes before the dummy file got found. Listen to the strong skip save. I don't remember. Like a third of the map in final screen doesn't. Well, is it like three? Is it 3 screens? Is it like 2 screens in final? I don't know. Actually, like for the first time earlier today, I did like almost a spinner stun. I hit like 5 pauses in a row. That's like the best I've done. How do you tell if you're hitting the pause correctly? If you advance by 2 frames. So if you're like falling, if you only move by 1 step, it's like you can't tell that well. But like if you can recognize when you fall 2 frames instead of 1 or 3, then like, because there's a pretty big difference between like falling for 1 frame, falling for 2 frames, and falling for 3 frames. Like there's like like a stunning view which does it with that red bubble, and that one you can detect pretty easily because the red bubble moves at a very nice constant speed, so you can very easily see if you advance by 2 frames or not. And then like actually hitting the right spinner, you don't know. It's just like a low 1 in 3 chance. The stamina versus no experience I got on. I feel like this stamina flash could let you know what, like, if you're pausing correctly. Does that help with the spinner cycle? That's crazy. I feel like I've heard of something like this before. Oh, I got it. This is with lightning too, because the dark background doesn't appear. When they become on that. Oh yeah, there it is. I see it. Yeah, now we go. Stamina flash based on time active. That's would be funny if that's how that works. The spinner drift, yeah. Hi, Ivy. Stamina flash effectively drifts the same as a spinner. With a group upside of the 0. Awesome. So which one was it? What did my voice do that? That was crazy. Did you hear that? God, how did I could not recreate that in like a million years, I'm gonna tell you. I don't know. I like Attack of the Clone. Get to do less in a day. That's true. Why are you sleeping that long? Sleep less. I mean, something taking long doesn't mean that it's bad. Like, you know, like Venus took me like 60 hours, but it's one of the coolest screens I've ever played. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's not really a correlation. It took long, so I hate it. Like, I don't know. I feel like it doesn't work like that. Yeah, my voice, it sounded like a filter over it. It sounded like just a voice filter to make it wobbly. I don't know how that happened. Thank you. Go off to your mechanics. That is a fair. That's fair. That is definitely fair. I enjoyed 6B in my first picture. Cause but like that's cause like the Balan fight. I think if 6B was like swapped, as in like it would start with the Balan fight and end on Dragman 1, I would have maybe not. I think I was like, wow, that was fun, cause it was just like the part that was in my memory was the Balan fight. Voice moment. Oh wait, let me listen to this. What did my voice do? Which one voice again? Which one voice again? Which one voice again? It sounds like when you put like the drunk filter over it, you know, like. What? How did that happen? I think it's because I was yawning, yeah. Turn my voice into Paper Mario low HP music. Oh my god. How do you uncle you accepted a restart chapter? You can pick any emote and do something silly with it, like give it glasses or make it upside down or like wide. What room has been renamed the most? ST 1 and 3 are up there probably. I agree. I mean, okay, well, there's a few things wrong here. Well, it's not erasing. Neither of us wanted to be erased, and like Slad has taken a break from 90 again. Slad is like burned out on 90 runs. They said they're like really not having fun doing 90 runs anymore, and they just don't want to do it. They have like negative motivation currently to do 90 runs, so they're doing other stuff now for a while. But like that's how Slad has been playing this the entire time, right? I kind of said that Slad kind of plays on and off, like just grinds really hard for like a few weeks and then like stops playing for a few months and then comes back again. And like Nins is doing old 90, but that's like a different thing. I think the way Slad plays also kind of helps with like saving hours, because like whenever I have a dip of motivation like that, or like just a dip in how well I play, I just like keep playing. Well, meanwhile Slad just takes a break for a few months. I just keep playing through that and just like inflate the hour count. You know, I don't know, I'm a content creator. I like can't really just take a break from 90 for a few months. I also don't like want to. I don't want to play like that. It's also just less fun for me, and also it doesn't work as well for me because like there's a lot of people following the grind with me. Yeah. Calculate we're saying 1.7 hours or something. That certainly is not. Yeah, like you don't really lose skill that much when you stop playing for that long. You surprisingly pick it up really quickly again. I remember Stott just messaged me being like, I haven't played in months, but I just got to depression randomly. And I'm like, yo. Yeah, Kakan is true. Kriog is retired. Like riding a bike. Yeah. I wonder how long it will take after finishing 90p for me to not be able to do a sub 100 death anymore. Like once I get 90p, I should play through the map like once a month just to see how long it would take for me to like get a beat. I mean, maybe I don't know. Once a month maybe is enough to like keep me in it though. I don't know. I'll see. Like maybe once every 2 months, play through 90 and see how long it takes before I can't do a sub 100 anymore. Yeah, I feel like it would take a while for me to like lose my skill like this. Like considering like, you know, the other day that I didn't play the Sans fight for 2 years, but I almost first tried the no hit, you know? Like I feel like it would take a long time. Like this is much more complex than like the Sans fight. But like the fact that I can just not play the Sans fight for like 2 years and just like nearly first try a hitless. Same with the Kaiser Tree fight. I like didn't play the Kaiser Tree fight for like a year plus maybe. Wasn't it like 3 years at some point and I repeated in like 8 minutes or something? Like I don't know. Did you do on stream? Yeah, that was yesterday. The only parts where I got hit was like the first blue attack because I forgot what attack was the third one or what attack came like second. And then I got hit in the final attack because my finger slipped off the arrow key. That were the only 2 things I got hit by. Yeah, Kaiser Tree final boss is hella RNG. That's just like a reading skill or like that's not even a reading skill. Like you just learn what the best choices are. You just learn the optimal way to play and react to things that gives you the best odds to live. I know it's very interesting fight. There is a lot of people here. I need to go to the bathroom though, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then I'll continue the run because it's Okay, I was like a new water because I was out of water. What happening? I just went to the bathroom. Reducing of the best exit, especially pull up. Passenger usually means you have to get used to more patterns. Yeah. The fight is so fun. I will never stop being good at it. I will never forget how to play it, I think. Like at this point. Play this? What sign do you want? Oh, SM60 for intro team world? Dang it! And I wasn't here for it? Oh wait, give me... Wait. Is the file select not even here, or is that just part of this? No, that's the title team. Main team? What? Where's file select, actually? File select is between Metallic, Mario, and Koopa, and Game Over, Stage Bot. Okay, whatever, it's like here. I want to know this one. Hopes and Dreams, okay, wait. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. I got you. That's not the right one! Why do you get that one first? You know, cue that one after this one. Play both of them. Who cares? Oh shit, wait, maybe I can't do that. Oh, I can't do that. It's like weird now. Oh no. Man, please. Why? No, I fucked everything up. I don't understand how music view works. Can I stop coughing? Help. Okay. Da da da. You didn't see it, but I closed chat on time with the music. Da, 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 da. Oh, I was gonna stop doing that actually. It's like stubbing your toe, like that's what that feels like. Fuck this B up in particular. The B up hates me in particular, actually. Let's see how close it was at. Excited to see. Let's see it. Wait, can I? Oh, this doesn't even really. Okay, no, it was just kind of like. It's definitely one frame off. That's kind of all that matters. Can I stop dying? Oh, hi Vicky. Yeah, potentially. Five-room jump? When I should have four-room jumped? Wait, I wonder if the slow fall killed me. What if the slow fall killed me? No way, the slow fall killed me. Well, you would just buffer jump here anyway. Like this was like a reasonable time to press jump. But, you know. Bitch. Oh, wait, you didn't even see it. Didn't I? No. Okay, whatever. Do I care enough to open it again? Maybe. Did I not change scenes? I swear to God, I changed scenes. I also just changed scenes back, but like I don't think I did. Alright, yee-boo, yee-boo. Is when you like jump the perfect distance to get a corner jump on it instead of a normal jump, and this room choker is 5.56. That's like so dumb. That's so dumb. Hi Sparky. 1 year! Thank you so much for the 1 year. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. Fuck that jump. Yeah, you're right. Scam train. Artemis also. Thank you for the 16 months. Or 18 months actually. You want me to check the queue? Room rename. ST4 is, but not one. Nope. Okay, at that point, just start it again. Doesn't it have an AFK time in like start one? Drop 3. Yeah, that has passed. That does mean you can, yeah. Hi Hack. Thank you for the 33 months. Celeste Resort 3 side. My favorite map. I love Celeste Resort 3 side. Especially Room 3 and Jackman 3. Summit 4 side. That's kind of got him if you think about it. If 4 is farewell core, that is got him is like that's got him. Where summit, it's summit farewell core, right? Summit 4. It's summit, it's farewell on its core. dog bus. Not what I wanted to do. Stop. Ow, but I hate being sick, man. Ow. Welcome back. All you missed was me restarting chapter and then coughing. And complaining about being sick. I was literally about to check what my 2 pings in Discord were. It was just you. I'm not gonna check it now, I'm just kidding. We're back, connecting to chat. Only 25k. You have to consider that a stream on average is like 5 attempts. Like, most of the attempts last a while. Like, a good run lasts like over an hour. An average attempt lasts like 20 minutes. There's only so many of the, like, if you would put like 30 minutes, like what's 2,500? Well, okay, that's not wouldn't even be true. The average time is much shorter because like it's a lot of start 3 ducks. It's 1,800 runs I've gone to this point. Nope, that's not gonna make it, eh? Wait, double day to double day? Wait, I need to check. Last fun. The runtime is long enough for a gold. It kinda already is, but like, cause I'm yapping too much to chat. If I was locked in, I don't think it is, but maybe it is. I don't know. What? How? What? That's a crazy shuffle. Did you follow me on here? Dang. That's crazy. You hate me? Are you becoming Ella now? I don't even see when people follow you on here. I know this website. Where do you think I'm on this website? Kaka, one listener. Oh, wait. Wait, Kaka. There's one artist, which is Kako Foley, and you know what happens when I click on it? It's your video. I think that did you scrabble your own YouTube video? I believe you would steal a song and just change the title like that. Wait, would I be on there then? Oh, yeah, there is. I'm on there 3 times. There's Parrot Space Dash, Parrot _ Dash, Parrot Dash Birthday Collab, Best of Parrot Dash 2024. This one has 70. It's just my YouTube videos. Speedrun. Similar to Cerodium and Celeste mods and Rick Fernello. Awesome. Similar. The best. No, some of these aren't even my videos. What does this one have? My stream. Room 6. Ascension High. Also not even my videos. Just other people making videos on my maps. Parrot Dash Birthday Collab. Intro and the Complicated. Clip compilation. I still didn't follow you because I don't know how to. I've been bumping clip compilation all day. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I still have this phantom hair in my mouth. It's in the follow up. I still don't know how to. I think that's Autumn and Hobo, isn't it? Just send me your profile and it makes it easier. Add-in time is awesome. I should 100% that at some point. You did? No, you didn't. You did it just now. Your compatibility with Kako is very low. You both listen to Saki, Kabata, and Machine Girl. I follow this gay glasses girl. Sure. Before the teacher, I don't. I will disagree. Wait, who is this? Oh, Lonely Rolling Star. They Katamari. Anything? Yeah, basically anything. This is all just like automated through extensions. Like I used to have my YouTube linked, and like my most listened to track was like the fucking hand exercises video. I'm like a half the scrolls in that or something. Well, I don't think literally half, but like I'm a good amount of them. Yeah. Sometimes when I name search myself on other servers, then like those lists come up. The results are funny. It's always that one person that has like 3 billion quadrillion plays on like one random thing. I know there's always like I know Hobo has like a ridiculous amount of plays on like one specific Undertale track. So when you like leaderboard for the specific Undertale track, it's just like a bunch of normal amount of plays and then Hobo with like 3 quadrillion. It's really funny. How do I look at people that I follow even? I don't even like know to do this. How do you find people on this stupid website? Oh, it's tabs for over here. I found it. Wait, Kaka, you don't even follow me! Wait, it doesn't even, it says you're not even following me. What do you, no you don't. Okay, hold up. I was just gonna, no! Fucking dying. It's so over. No, Kako, I went to. Okay, now it says it. It didn't say this. It didn't say this. It said it didn't say follows you here. I'm gonna ping Hobo with this in group word. Wrong group server. Add Hobo. Why could you do this to me? Someone else can post it in the settings. I just like. I just wanted to look at the top. Where do you even see top tracks of all time from someone? I don't even know how does this, is it in library? Oh wait. Yeah! Another medium, 5,281. Oh, does it not show like a leaderboard? Anyway, Hobo has 5,281 scrabbles on another medium. So like anytime a leaderboard comes up for that, it's like so funny. Wow, these numbers are crazy. I don't have like any numbers this high. Like I have 47,000 total. Like a woman. I have 50. 9 souls about to overtake Parrot and Evil. Ain't no way. Yeah, see, I used to have like I used to have a link with YouTube. I mean, I'm listening to the mega playlist. Like not a single track repeats that much. I keep getting distracted today. I almost said I'm sorry. Oh my god. Kak, I just read your DM. That's awesome. You should have done that, honestly. Most of my top scrubs are still from back when I had the YouTube playlist that was much smaller. And probably Angel Demon was just like a common one on both. It was commonly song requests I hear. And also, what's on YouTube? And I need Platinum Berry clear. Oh, that better get like 10,000 scrabbles. I better see it happen. Oh god. My Twitter likes recently have been worse, I think. I think it's becoming less and less of a good idea to share my Twitter likes on stream. Like, they're not like NSFW straight up, but they're like suggestive to a point where it's like, I should not be showing these on stream, you know? Or like, or they are just like, chat could not be normal about this. Throw away your mask. Later runs between runs? Yeah, at the start of stream I usually do like a practice session. Lately I've been just doing like SR plus Gotham practice at the start of streams. Doing a lot of SR plus Gotham deathless to start streams with. Or like, I guess like SR true realization, really? You could be normal about them. Depends what you call normal, cause like, no. You're not normal about any image containing women, okay? I'm gonna be straight up. This is known. It's barely even a COD. This is like common knowledge. What's this song? Hang on. About 6 AM and I was like, I guess I got to sleep early, then I went to bed at 10:30 PM yesterday, and I guess when I woke up today it's like 4 AM. That would happen to me. Except I don't think I could fall asleep that early, like ever. Thanks for the follow. I mean, is it even that bad actually? If I go to Twitter, over here. Oh my god! No, there was a cute image there. It's over. Oh my god! No, my most recently like is great. Wait, no, this one's awesome actually. Now look at this one. It's Fox. No, this one's really cute. I think the next two were also fine. Yeah, that's fine enough. I don't know. Okay, I'm not gonna risk going further down. Wait, no, this one's cute though. Wait, no, Fox rounds, yeah. Kitsune Miku. Wait, that goes crazy as a name though. cute. Okay. This is like fine. Mostly. Fox, cute rose. Thinking maybe that one's question. Maybe that. Okay, maybe those I could. Or maybe those I should not be showing. It's not that bad. Wait, Kako. Wait, is the image still there? That I said was cute. See free art. No, there's a different. There's like it's this though. There's a Ninetales. Can we see Rose? You okay? You can see Rose. 1 second. You look more locked in scrolling through my Twitter. Shut up. You want to see the Rose? This one. Done by the person that did Issy's ref sheet. It's a very cute one. Lag pause is when there's lag and the game pauses because of the lag. That's real. Show my dad pictures of real fox a bit too often because they show up on my timeline. He asks why I like them so much. If I want to be a fox, I think he's I think he's onto us. That's awesome. That's not too dissimilar to what happened to me, except I wasn't really showing them. They just like. Okay, well, I guess me wearing fox ears kind of gave it away, didn't it? Mouse gonna mouses. Yeah, that's quite. Yeah, it was not quite the same. Generally, the mouse get eaten by the fox. Do you ever DM with someone who takes significantly longer to reply than you, so you purposely delay your reply sometimes because you don't want to seem chronically online to them? Have I done this before? I'm not sure if I've done this before. I feel like I've intentionally delayed replies to people, but not because of that reason. Oh, you know what I have done? Is I typed like 2 separate messages, but then I'm like, these are better as like 2 separate messages, so I like copy paste the like second message, send the first one, then intentionally wait and then paste it because I don't want to make it seem like I'm copy pasting it. I want to make it seem like I'm okay. Enough time passed where it seems like I could have typed this. Don't foxes only eat already dead animals. This is not necessarily true. With like bigger prey probably, but like with like small creatures, they hunt small creatures. Like chicken and mouse. I also did. I've definitely done that. Some space and backspace that says I'm typing for a while. Oh my god, I've done I've done that. Said I'm a stranger. You can be honest. Maybe we're all just strange. 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay. We're Parrot viewers, we're all a little weird. Probably true. Would normal people watch a Fox girl play a Celeste map for 1700 hours? I don't think so. I think I diagnose all of you as not normal. Then again, normal doesn't really exist. COD. Luigi's Italian eyes. Hello, it's Lugigi. Autism poll? Have we done that one before? I feel like there's a high number of undiagnosed people though. I feel like it won't be accurate either way. Because I feel like that's a pretty big number of like... It could be like, yes diagnosed, no undiagnosed, and like maybe and then like no or something. I don't know. The average person will watch this Fox play assessment for 200 hours, not 1700. The only normal person is Markiplier. Neurodivergent autism. I guess neurodivergent works. Either one is interesting, probably. Yeah, the other 80% has died. Oh, only 1% of people autistic. If we're talking like in the world population, yes, this is a very biased selection of people though. I think if we're like in a space like this, like if you're into like the kind of hobby where like the hard video game challenges, you're already more likely to be autistic than like when you're walking on the street and look at like random people or ask random people. I think just like video game communities in general have a much higher percentage than like, you know, when you're in like school or out on the street. Oh, I'm surprised that diagnosis is actually top right now. Yeah, also probably that's 1% that's diagnosed. There's definitely more that are not diagnosed. Where's this ping coming from? Okay, void ping. Fake ping. Try. Did you call someone that got diagnosed with ADHD at age 1 a tryhard? Like, I'm diagnosed ADHD. I'm not actually diagnosed autistic, but do I need to? Cause like the thing is, my sister is diagnosed autistic. My sister has been diagnosed for autism, and like my mom took like a course type of thing with like a bunch of other parents to like learn more about how to like deal with kids with autism, and my mom literally told me, more of these things feel like they apply to you than your sister. I'm like, yeah, that's like, yeah, that's believable. It's like, I don't know, my sister is diagnosed autistic, and apparently I'm more autistic than my sister, so like, I'm not even gonna track, I don't need to. That's like basically a diagnosis. Anyways, that's like close. Okay, undiagnosed with probably 1. 38% undiagnosed with probably. 32% diagnosed. 18% doesn't know, and then 12% know. Interesting. Also, I've never been formally diagnosed, but also one time I saw a list of ADHD symptoms, and I felt like my entire existence was understood for the first time in my life, so I don't know. Yeah. If you don't have autism, it will be the most shocking revelation in existence. My dad is probably autistic, but like me and my sister basically have diagnosed my dad to be autistic, because like he has to be. Like it also has to come from somewhere, because it's like a genetic thing, right? Like usually it's like a family thing, right? It comes from somewhere in your family. Like if your parents are autistic, it's more. If your parents are neurodivergent, most likely that you are as well. So like, the fact that both me and my sister are, and like the way my dad acts is just like, okay, there's no way this guy's neurodivergent. Sometimes he claims to be very normal, and then we're like, no. And my mom is probably ADHD. Like my mom recognizes like a lot of ADHD symptoms, and like when she describes about like how she feels in a certain day, or like how she struggles with doing certain house tasks, I'm like, yeah, that's familiar. So like it's most likely that like my mom is ADHD and my dad is autistic, at least at the minimum. I don't think my dad has ADHD. Sometimes he kind of acts like it, but also like, I don't think he is. He also just doesn't understand ADHD at all, so like there's no way. He really struggles with understanding like me when it comes to ADHD, especially when I was in school. Last went out for dinner, me, my brother, and my dad spent about 15 minutes just naming Simpsons episodes we liked, not even discussing them, just listing them off. That's awesome. Yeah, like there was like I think it was New Year's like 2 years ago. We were at like some friend's place, and like they had this like Tetris game, but like as like a physical board game, and it's basically like a balancing thing like this, and you have to stack like. You have to like draw a card. You have to put like a Tetris piece on it, and then and then it will just like sway to that direction, and you have to like balance it high, and whoever puts the thing and it falls over it, like that person loses. And at some point, me and my dad just stopped playing the game, and we just tried to like build the highest tower possible, and we did that for like 30 minutes. Like we were just sitting there trying to like figure out what the optimal way is to build the highest tower, and we were just like hyper fixated on that for like 30 minutes or like an hour. We were like not even playing the game. We were like, okay, how do we build the highest tower? Like my dad just kind of has like moments like that, where he randomly hyperfixates on something silly like that. My dad and mom both suspect they have something undiagnosed, and my dad has said he thinks my brother and I both probably do too. I think my dad is seeking that on the age diagnosis, but I don't know how it's going. My dad actively just doesn't want to know. But like it's obvious to me and my sister, but my dad just like doesn't want to know. He's like, I don't really care. I'd rather not know. And I'm like, yeah, that's fair enough. He's like, I've learned how to live with whatever I have, so like, what do I need it for? Look, thank you. What? I hope, thank you. Bye bye. Turn a 1v1 competition to a 2v0 co-op game. Yeah. And like my dad at the same time while doing that was still just like talking with the people here, but like with the people around him and stuff. But we were just like focused on building the tower the entire time. Yeah, my sense of time is also based on my Celeste achievements. That's because I have my spreadsheet. So I'm like, the way I remember when certain stuff was like, I was like, oh, like 2 years ago in summer. Wait, no, fuck. Wait, 90 was 2 years ago. 3 years ago, summer was second golden. Then you that cross an ocean is on like he kite surfed over the ocean together with like 4 others. Yeah. Fundamentally reframing how you view yourself in the relation to the world thing is probably not for everyone. Yeah. Yeah. That's cool. My dad is really good at like surfing and just like basically every form of it. He's just like an athlete. He's done some crazy shit. Basically how I am with platformers is my dad with like surfing. We're both very similar, just with very different things. Go undiagnosed your whole life and just epic troll your family after retirement. The surfing equivalent of 90p. For my dad, it was probably crossing the Atlantic Ocean. He's also done like the 11 city tour like non-stop, which is like he got really good at like paddleboarding, which is like just like surfboard on water and you have like a paddle and you like do like the it's kind of like, yeah, wait, wow, it's like this, right? Like this. My dad was like top level on this, like best in the country type of thing at this. And like 11 city tour. Yeah, there's this thing they used to do, which is the 11 city tour, which this used to be done on ice. During the winter you would ice skate this, and it's like how long is it? But like, yeah, they started doing this on paddleboarding because like basically the ice never became strong enough again to do it again. And normally you do this over like 4 days. Wait, no. Wait, is it 4 days? Normally it's a multi-day thing, right? You go from one city to another in 1 day and then another day. But there's a version of it where you do it in one go. But like that takes like over a day. How long is it? I don't want to accidentally doubt myself if Google says like my location. Almost 200 kilometers. Okay, it's almost 200 kilometers, yeah. And normally you do that over multiple days, but like there's a version of it where you do it in one go. And that's basically you're standing on a paddleboard for like over 24 hours. And you go like through the night. And my dad has done that multiple times. And he even started like, they even started competing for faster times at some point. Like my dad like did it again because he wanted a faster time. Like he literally is just like me. Like that's some shit that I would do, you know? Like it's a thing that that's already insane for people to complete at all over multiple days. Then not even did he do it over multiple days, he did it again but in one go. And that is already insane, but then he also just started doing it again but faster. Going for 7. Yeah, and then like I guess the other thing the other thing that's probably like my dad's not the kind of 90p thing is like yeah, there was this thing where they crossed the Atlantic Ocean on like, you know, if you know what a kite surfing is, like you stand on a board and you hold like a kite, right? And like he together with 4 others crossed the Atlantic Ocean like that. They had basically had a boat following them and it would take shifts. Like the other 4 would rest and then it would take shifts one by one and it would cross the entire Atlantic Ocean over the course of like a month or something. And it also just through the night, like not they would go just through the night to the pitch black. Just had like a single light on your kite. There was like some documentary on this somewhere as well you could probably find. But he did that. He was one of the 5 people that was part of that. If you look up like Atlantic kite crossing, whatever, you can probably find it or more stuff about it. We talked about this not too long ago in stream. Because I talked about like how their end destination was the Turks and Caicos Islands. And we went there to like pick him up, right? To like welcome him. So like we just traveled there. But like I was supposed to be in school at the time. I was like 12 back then. I think I was like 12. And like there's this Dutch like news show for children that my class would watch every single day. And this news show wanted to interview my dad while I was also there. So I was just standing next to him. And then like they asked me like a question as well. And I like knew that my class back home would be watching this. So they just saw me there with the palm tree in the background while they were in class. And I'm like, that's us. And like I found this back not too long ago. We watched this on stream. I have the link saved somewhere, I think. I like found that footage and I showed it on stream some time ago. You can see 12-year-old me on the news. I think the reason they wanted to interview my dad is because I was there, because it was the like news channel specifically for kids, and he was the only one there that had, you know, his kid there. Bring your dad was like nice as shit. Yeah, yeah. What is so? Talking about my dad. One of my high school mates got a plane out to China and cycled back home to England in 2019. That's insane. You found my dad's Instagram? Stalker Foley? The news program Dutch, yeah. I could probably show the clip again after this run if people are interested in seeing that. I don't mind showing 12-year-old me on the news. It's later filter when you look his name up. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he's probably the most well-known person with that exact first name and last name. I'm gonna show it right now because this run already has too much AFK. No, not like creation, because then I can't even see the chat reactions afterwards. Montreal. What do you mean? How was that high to me? They're great at it. Wow, that wow, wow. Icon wave. What happened? What you was wowing? I was wowing Hobo's message. Can't believe we got the 48-minute creation. Okay, bye chat. What? What? You have to tell me where I started holding left then. What? What do you mean I wasn't? I'm so confused. What do you mean not holding left? Explain. What? 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 It. I was holding left like here. What? I started holding left there. What? I held left here. L. You can see it. I went from. The green for. Oh, was it the grab input? What? No, that's just G though. No, that's jump. What, jump? Freaking jump. Huh? Wait, jump? Wait, is that a jump? Fuck you mean jump? 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 Where's the input display? Wait. Oh, did I just try to press jump too early? Did I just... Cause... It's like dream grab jump, right? Did I press jump like... But like, I didn't press jump while in the dream block. I pressed jump after leaving the dream block. Like, the jump input started after exiting the dream block, though. Not while... Well, I guess Coyote? But if I'm holding left, you dream grab, though. It still doesn't make sense. Because I pressed jump after exiting it, and like, you're supposed to not go in Coyote. You're supposed to grab it if... I don't know. Man had a back rib. Sure. I'm sure that's it. No, tell me. No, please tell me. Left. It was a dream jump. How is that a dream jump? What? I pressed jump. I pressed jump after leaving the dream block, though. But like, that doesn't make sense, dude. Wait, what do you? So like. I don't know. So I didn't press jump here. I pressed jump on this. Like, I didn't press that. Is this some order of operation shit? Cause like, okay, if I pause buffer a jump after this frame, I get a dream jump. But if I pause buffer one more frame, I grab it. The next frame I grab though. I grab on the next frame. Oh wait, is it the freeze frames? I grab on the next frame though. Is it just Is it just order operations? If you jump the same frame you're supposed to dream grab, you like get a dream jump? That's the noise that my brain just made. Okay. I assume that's just like order operate. Yeah, because jumping goes before a bunch of. This is the second time we figure out that that is just order of operations moment. I don't think it's momentum, because your momentum just like dies though. Like, and you're holding left, so you. I don't think so. I think it's just the jump counted as like happening before the grab. That particle effect is there even if I don't jump. No, I would know because it would control a rumble. If it was a climb drum, I would control a rumble. I would feel the control a rumble, which I'm not. Like, I think it's just like the next frame I grab, but if you jump on that frame, the jump happens before the grab. Yeah, yeah. So I just press jump on the frame that I would have grabbed, and that means that the jump goes before the grab. So dude, that's fucking stupid. A bomb test. That's so cool. That's so cool. I was so confused. Okay, so anytime that I've died like that is because I jumped too soon. Okay, well now that's fixable at least though. Like all I have to do is just like wait with jumping though. That's like the most 90p death ever. It's late. Stupid. Okay. I'm literally British. I've never heard about. Let's do some research. I just mathematics. Oh, arithmetic. What the fuck is this word? Arithmetic order of operations. Bit much. I'm gonna explode. Okay. I don't think I'm doing another run. That's for tomorrow. No, I am incapable of pressing buttons on the controller. No. I'm listening to parting. You can't fire me. How are you gonna do that? I'm the one that can fire you, not the other way around. This I can't talk. Can this stop happening where I try to talk and then it's just like coughing for no reason? Stop being sick. I don't like being sick. Can I not be sick? Can I be like magically feel good? The rule, if I had that pill that makes me magically feel good. Twitch login information. Have I ever given Issy access to this? I forget. I don't think so, actually. I think Issy has jokingly asked about it. This is the only person I would trust with my Twitch login information. I'd give Izzy my credit card. I don't even have a credit card. I don't have a debit. Credit cards aren't actually that common to have here. It's not. I just have like I just have a bank card. Is that a debit card? I forgot what the debit card is. Maybe it's a debit card. I don't think. Just bank card. Wait. Yeah, that was it actually. Oh, I didn't have an unfocus button. Hi Optical, thank you for the prime sub, I appreciate it. That means a lot. My mom also doesn't have a credit card, only my dad does. And I don't think I have my dad's credit card anymore. I think it's outdated. I didn't do that! I'm gonna like... Man, stop doing AI generated movement in this room. I'm actually like gonna like do something the next time. If I PB to this room, I am gonna... What's something stupid that's also reasonable? I will wall bounce in real life. That's not reasonable. I didn't even check what the message was, but I'm just gonna say no. Does that work? I'll figure it out. Wait, I already have a video of me wall bouncing IRL. It's literally just doing a dino. I need something better. A C. If I wanted a concussion, I could do a C-pop. Didn't I make a thread on my blue sky like way back? With, like, climbing stuff. How long back was that? Oh, yeah, here. What is this wall bounce IRL? No, I think this is this other thing, the sideways jump. That was so much harder than it looks like. Oh, the wall bounce IRL or something. Yes. Wall bounce IRL. This is a better one. I feel like I've done like a better one than that. I've definitely done a better one than that. 7 months ago. Apparently. Come on, how much shorter is my hair on these? Well, some of the clips are like, oh, actually my hair isn't like that short. It's definitely shorter, but I'm bald though, no ears. Random guy jump scare. Are you overclocking? You're true. Wait, I was doing my Celeste shirt though. Celeste shirt. Jump. Was it just these three? I thought there was more. It was just these three. Forgot the closing punctuation again, that word. Actually, the rest is red, not on the clip. Oh, my throat hurt. All right. Yeah, coming is fun. Celeste and real life says. You also swallowing also just like hurts. That's the worst part. Yeah, 100k YouTube subs. That's what I said. That's been the goal. That's been the thing for a while. I said that when I had like 4-digit sub count. I'm actually like a fifth of the way there now, which is kind of scary, but also cool. Like I feel like that's something that will actually happen, like eventually. Well, I've climbed a mountain before. More like a hike up a mountain, to be fair. But that's like the same thing. That is climbing scaling a mountain, I guess. Yeah, Celeste also will just be that, basically. Thank you for not dying to this room, Jesus Christ. No, I intentionally didn't enter the room. That's like creation ping is kind of like you just go to Parrot server discussion or something. I think it was there. Which by nothing. Oh. It's like a couple different final related attack things that exist. You already did say that. Officially good run this. The best thing about that playing, yeah, it is. Man, I wanna fucking get it in a run. Can I do that? Can I just lock in? Like, even more? Like, I know, like, any SR run at this point. I feel so confident SR to the rebound now. Like, come on. Just like do it. Just do it. Just do it like tomorrow. I didn't mean to hit that yellow trip, but sure. Like, I can just get to like final goodbye. Like, I can just beat it. Wait, that's fucking. No, wait, that's scary. Wait, no, that's a bit scary. I still love that the music syncs up with the end of the checkpoint. Crocodile with a gun riding a dinosaur. Wait, what? What kind of dinosaur? Guns and crocodiles are way scarier. Was this in reply to me saying that's scary? To like thinking about beating them? That's funny. I love this hole. Tunnel wall below? Yes. It is. Papa. This part would be scary to play because like if I die in this part, I'm like committing TOS. I don't know. Like, it's just over. That's important, yeah. I'm just gonna play until I die and then do room renames and then I'm done with it for today, I think. So true, but that's funny, actually. Yeah, you don't have to do anything in Reuni, basically. Ariana Grande is back. What? No. Aquaman's X. Oh. Shit, man. I should not be laughing at these fucking 10-year-old jokes. As in, like, jokes that would be made by 10-year-olds. Man, playing this fucking part is gonna be so weird in a run. I guess two options. It's gonna either be the most surreal experience of all time and none of it will feel real. And I will not be capable of processing what is happening. I'm just like, okay, yeah, I know what to do. I'll just play it. I don't know what's happening. Like it kind of like in 9BB. Or I'm gonna be shitting my pants. Okay, like I'm gonna be like shaking out of my boots. Like it's gonna like that's the two options. Either I'm gonna be insanely shaky or I'm gonna be unable to process anything that's happening. I mean, you say that, but also like, okay, you piece of shit. Can you just look at the game when you play it? Like, you say that, but like, what was I gonna say? Like, I'm definitely gonna be like, how did it even happen? How did I hit the fish that low? What? I'm definitely gonna be super zoned out during like plural true love. Reuni probably as well. Maybe not quite doing it, but I guess the depends if getting to recon is like such a milestone that I'll like final third was. Oh, it so is though. Oh, it so is though. I'm gonna be like aware, like I was during like final. Yeah, then. Well, if it's gonna be like the final third entry. At least the beginning of point and no return is kind of chill, and I have time to like, just like, it becomes surreal again, and I just like kind of don't realize anymore what's happening. Crying now? I'll start crying in like home near me. The only place I would cry before actually declare would be Palm Room. Way shorter. That would make it harder. The longer something is, the easier it would be. I just get golden stuff and I like it feels so easy to miss input. I mean, if I'm like really focused, I won't really miss input unless it's like a super input dense something, which this map doesn't really have. Like if I'm like actually focused and it's not like input dense, it's like super rare for me to actually miss dash if I'm like actually focused on the game. Actually, one other part I could imagine me crying at is like when the violin kicks in at like the running section. That's fucked up. I won't lie. Like the main feral melody kicking in at like halfway through the running part in bottomless with the violin. That fucks me up. That has fucked me up ever since I did Feral Gold originally. I remember getting the Feral OC in Vine when I listened to that and it just made me like tear up and I'm like, fuck. Like that's so good. That's definitely gonna make me tear up on like a second watch through of my clear. If it doesn't in the moment, it's gonna make me tear up on like a second watch through of the run. I could try in a minute, this is maybe not smart. You did it in silence? What the fuck? You're a psychopath. In silence? $90 platinums type of moment. Your silence seems so scary, what do you mean? I shouldn't have finding about that. That's like realistic, it's hard. When you start sobbing like way before you actually get the clear, but when you're getting the clear is like basically foregone conclusion. A Hungry Box reference? No way, H-Box reference. Oh, that's... You said that above it! God fucking damn it. Did the one miss, but the actual input is maybe that reverse. I'll say more likely to do the thing where I like wave dash instead of reverse wave dash. Failed back. I wasn't. I was still working on it. One dev part. Yeah, one dev is kind of ass though. It should have been 0. It's the depth that I kind of learned something from it, but it was mostly me not being lucky, so... One depth from the beginning of the map would be good. One depth from parting is kind of ass. One depth from like Serenity would also, yeah, whatever, like Revisit would also be good, I guess. One depth from anything later is kind of like whatever though. Like not bad, it's just like unimportant. Not meaning. Okay. feel like if I'm any aware of what's happening during the run, I definitely start crying before the clear happens. If I don't start crying before the clear happens, I'm probably completely oblivious to what is happening. I'm probably completely disassociated, if that's the case, and just like not present. I mean, like, on like the final bridge. Maybe like either the final bridge in Poem Room or the final bridge from Final Platform, like one of those two. Like either the long walk to the Balin Orb and then the transition into the Gold Rooms or Platforms, or just the end of Final Platform. Like literally before grabbing the heart, where you just run on the bridge. If I'm anywhere of what's going on, I'm probably like tearing up on either of those two. The music is starting to do things. And this is something funny. God, like so many people are gonna be like more nervous than me. If I'm in like the zone, there's gonna be a lot of people more nervous than me. Just watch. It's a different kind of nerves. Like in the moment, that's the fucking pressure. If you're the one playing, that's the fucking pressure that you have to deal with, which seems like horrendous in like platforms. I don't want to think about that. But if you're watching, it's a different kind of like stressed, nervous. Because you have no control over what's happening, right? It's a, like, I have no control over this. I just hope, you know. And then the other side, it's like, fucking hell, please don't fuck up. Keep it together. Like, people already get so nervous watching, like, Final Third Run or, like, Far Summit Run. Well, probably not really anyone on Far Summit Run. But there's probably some people that don't watch stream that much that get nervous on, like, a late Summit Run. Well, there goes the music. Okay, this part will get me. This part will get me. This part will get me. Just like, hearing this part in a run is just fucked up. That's just fucked up. Like, this part of the music's not supposed to play in a run where you're holding a Black Bay. Like, that's not. Like, that's not. No. You know, that doesn't happen. Banned. Yeah, I'm going for Deathless on this map. But I've done like a few speedruns of this as well, which I want to do more of at some point. But my main thing is Deathless. They only make me feel things in the context of things. Like listening to it right now, it doesn't do that much to me. But if I listen to it in the context of like my clear attempt of getting an actual run, that shit different. That's a very interesting perspective. Can I have $100 now? It sounds how biting an apple feels. This is the most least sensical. Okay, this is the least sensical thing of all time. What are you talking about? Yeah. I'm so dying at the start of this room. Like, I'm in a spoiler alert. Like, everyone that's here right now, I'm a spoiler. I'm dying to the start of this room. No way. Unless I'm like Omega locked in, I'm dying to the start of this room. No fucking way I'm doing those inputs under that pressure. I don't believe it. Like, I tried to think about it for a brief second and I'm like, my hands would not, no way I could input the correct shit there. Also, I've thought about the possibility before just straight up having like panic attack getting to upland, cause like fucking hell. Cause like, man, that's like, I remember during like my second golden, right? The first time, like, cause I had a bunch of deaths too early finding goodbye. And then I passed the wall bounds. And I remember my nerf just going from like not that bad at all to like fucking exploding. And like my vision became like a fucking Osu flashlight. Like that's still like what some of the most fucked up nerfs I've ever felt. Was the 92nd golden. The first, like my golden room death. Like, just the first time I passed the beginning of Finding Goodbye, like, my vision literally went, like, fucking Osu flashlight into upland. I don't know how I even lived through that. But it's just going from, like, anything can happen to, you can win now, but in, like, a split second is, like, fucked up, you know? Like, sometimes it's a more gradual thing where it's like, okay, it's becoming more and more likely you win. But like that's a very clear distinction between like, okay, I'm likely to still die to like I'm likely to clear now. And I feel like going from one to the other so quickly can like fuck you up so bad. And I'm really scared of that. If you're like too aware of that, like 200 combo type tunnel vision. Exactly, you get it. So this section will make me like terrified. I mean, like, I guess no matter how scared or nervous I will be, like, I know that I'll win eventually. I have confidence in that, like, even if the pressure is so bad that I die here, I'll get back there. I'll succeed one of the times. It's just like, there's just the potential I could just straight up add like another like 500 hours to the timer easily. Like, trying to find a goodbye could like be like you know, go back to start, collect 500 hours. but that's fine. I guess maybe, I don't know. But it could also be like 2 hours. I don't know. Like, I guess depends how I like take it. Well, things I think just dying here, I won't take that poorly. Cause like the Gotham 2 death on its own, I didn't take that poorly. That on its own didn't cost a mind block. It's the fact that I died 3 more times right before it and Gotham 1 that fucked me up. Like it can be really bad if I die to Finding Goodbye and then die to other parts in Recon like 2 or 3 times. That would be horrendous bad. Or die to Finding Goodbye like a second time. Basically just die. If I don't get it the next time I get to Recon, it's fucking basically what I'm saying. Dying once here is fine, dying twice here might be bad. Hi Vera, good morning. Dying to Mac. Dying to Mac is like possible, but like it's a L, but that's reasonable. I love me just yapping about this and then chat is talking about girls and guys with glasses. You fussed at the same thing. Nice corner kick, what the fuck? Bro, can you don't do that? This will give like 20 people, no, 20 is an understatement. That will give like 200 people a heart attack if we do that in a run. Okay, don't stop it. Okay, I'll fix this. It's like jingling keys. It's like jingling keys to Kako and Vera, you know? What is wrong with you? A few things, I think. Hi. God. Jingling keys. I have this. I know how you can hear the bell, but I'm too safe on the screen in the room would have many ambulances called worldwide. Yeah. You wanna just a good morning to me that just then? Did I? I don't remember honestly. I know you're in Australia, right? Isn't it morning day? Yeah, for an hour. That's not even that long. But you were gonna hit me with the I was here since the start of the stream, but like that's not even that bad. Jingling your keys. Yeah, so they're not like a bell and a box. I'm going to say good morning to you. I don't know, maybe. That's my grandma librarian. Me supposedly right now. the summit qualifies summit. Then I'll let that one. Might be controversial take. It's 1 a.m. middle time. I'm gonna lose it. How did playing parting through like the end of the map take less time than my creation entry? I'm like, what were we doing? What were we doing? What were we doing? This wasn't even a fast parting end. Actually, it was mostly fast parting end. You were yapping? That I almost missed that cloud. That's crazy. It's 4 p.m. Earlier today I saw someone call the horror Requiem most like, and I'm like, I'm gonna explode. People be seeing like claustrophobic gameplay and say it's the most like. Thank you. I don't know why the word claustrophobic took me that long. Most like, as the term is fine as long as people use it correctly. Thanks for the follow. That's a crazy username. One death. In point of no return out of all places. Cause I'm silly. True love is not true. It's parting plural and then true love. I'm not playing all the platforms. I cannot be bothered. It's too late. I'll play this one though. Nice one, Joe. My dream block. There's a console command for it, right? Oh, whatever. That's crazy. 4 people hopped on the emote like frame 1. It's because I debugged from Poem Room. Poem Room is in prologue inventory. Good evening. Hi, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Outro is chill. For the most part. Except this part's not chill. This part is like evil, and then it's chill again. It would easily be your most used twitching, but that's concerning. Tips glasses at you. Wait. Where's the... Yes. You look so pretty on the camera when you do that. Correct. It's already 20th for me even. I wonder how long I'll be on the just heart for when I clear. Just the screen with the heart, collect with the heart poem there. How long is it gonna take me to actually press confirm there? Oh wait, true, no, it was a huge day. Ricky uploaded the video. But it's too late. Is it? Is it too late to watch this? It's 40 minutes. No, we can watch this. I think we're watching this. I'll round it to 35. I don't remember. What's less? That is the end of the map. I'm just practicing though. It's also late for me, so we're just gonna watch this cool video by Ricky about Celeste mods mapping. You know, fast bubble. I forgot the explanation. I don't remember. Anyway, bam. It is not to cackle. There's people here. It's funny how often people forget that there's how often like the people like you and Renton forget there's just people here. Blah. Tail. That's a crazy word to be using, but true. Okay, video watching time.
Readability. What is it?
I'm gonna bang it.
Well, it's a popular term used by the Celeste community to mean many different things. Sometimes it's used as a metric to judge the quality of a mod, or maybe to represent a certain style of gameplay. I think the term readability is confusing.
I cannot make
Some
it
people
louder.
will reference readability as a purely visual metric. This can include whether the level can be easily digested by the eyes, how much visual clutter there is, how much maybe the important entities and objects that you have to interact with stand out, and then how much those distinguish themselves from the non-gameplay objects like background art or decals. Another interpretation could be synonymous to intuitive. This setup is readable because it was intuitive to figure out given what I was already taught. This puzzle was readable because the goal was intuitive, which allowed me to reason through the steps to solve the puzzle. This can go hand in hand with how well the map is paced and how well it's able to tutorialize its ideas and iterate on them smoothly. I think the most common definition of readability people use usually refers to how intuitive and decipherable the gameplay is in the moment-to-moment experience. Perhaps certain moves are very well telegraphed, giving the player just enough time to figure out what to do in a split second, and in that instant the player can make a decision, execute the action, and successfully get past the obstacle. This type of gameplay loop, where you receive immediate positive reinforcement with a small adrenaline boost, can be very fun and exhilarating, so it's not really surprising why a lot of people would enjoy this type of gameplay. But the reason why I said the term readability is confusing is because most of these interpretations I listed are pretty subjective in terms of actual player experience. A puzzle that is intuitive to one person might not be intuitive to another, because each person has different amounts of experiences with not just Celeste, but other games. Someone who has played a lot of puzzle games, for example, might be able to intuit a solution faster than someone who hasn't. Someone who's very good at Celeste and has sunk thousands of hours into the game will probably be able to recognize certain telegraphed moves better than someone who doesn't have as much experience. So, how do you define readability then? And how does one even make a level readable? Is it important to view readability as a metric of quality, or would that just be putting arbitrary restrictions on a creative playing field? That's a lot to think about. Let's talk about it. As a mapper, I think my style has evolved and sort of been refined over time. Some things I cared about 3 years ago isn't as important to me now, and some things I didn't care about 3 years ago is some of my leading design philosophies today. That is all to say, yeah, I do think readability is important. More specifically, the concepts that the term embraces are all interesting ideas that you can think about when making a map. They're not necessarily a rulebook or golden standard that you must follow, but taking into consideration stuff like your target audience, the way you pace your gameplay, the way you iterate and progress your levels. These are all very broad game design concepts that you can incorporate into your own levels. Yeah, for me, having an intended...
Shout out to Ricky, just like as a mapper, they make some of like my favorite maps in Celeste. And also they have made some really cool videos on modded Celeste stuff. Atmosphere, how I create modded Celeste gameplay, that vlog on Dust Chamber. Big shout out
The
to
audience is important. It allows me to design levels around said audience in terms of how accessible it should be, how intuitive the level design is, and the overall experience I want to impart on the audience. Some of my recent maps have been centered around creating a slightly more accessible experience while still being interesting to the more hardcore players, so I think that's what I'll primarily be focusing on in this video, just some of my experiences with trying to make levels readable, some pitfalls and mistakes I've run into, and maybe some tips or tricks that I've taken away. I want to make it clear that because the idea of readability itself can be very subjective based off of the audience you're targeting, most of these pieces of advice are also relative. An intuitive move for an expert player is not the same as an intuitive move for a beginner player, and you should keep that in mind with what I'm about to talk about. The things I discuss also won't apply for everyone, since a readable level may not necessarily be the end goal for you.
This level is
but
not
that's
readable.
fine. I just hope to facilitate some interesting discussions as always. So let's jump into it. How do you make a level readable? If I'm honest, readability is something that I'm still trying to figure out to this day. I think one of the earliest things I realized is that it's impossible to please everyone. If I were a politician, my soulless AI-generated stage advice would be, don't map for others, but for your own enjoyment, which...
Hi Evelyn, thank you for the 31 months, I appreciate it, I'm feeling good.
I think is good advice and easy to say, but in truth, I think many creators make things hoping for some degree of recognition.
That's true, it's very easy
and
to say
there's
that,
nothing
like,
wrong with that. It's a very valid motivation. So
hard to actually
if
apply.
to any degree you're creating for an audience other than yourself, stuff like accessibility, intuition, readability, these all become things to consider when
that's
mapping.
fine,
So
honestly.
diving straight into it, the first point I'm going to discuss. I
Sounds
think
not terrible.
consistency in your gameplay matters. Consistent solutions will prevent players from pigeonholing themselves into the wrong solutions and can also help better tutorialize ideas. In a similar vein, de-cheesing, as evil as it is also important to some degree to enforce an intended solution or experience. So let's take a look at this in a bit more detail. Take a very broad example. A player is trying to get past an obstacle that's a little bit confusing. They try a few options and find that none of them work, and now they're stuck. They spend the next 15 minutes ramming their head into the wall, trying everything, even attempting to cheese the room. And then finally, they figure out the solution, which, in an almost comedic turn of events, was actually the very first thing they tried. And it just so happened that it didn't work the first time, and the player disregarded it as the wrong solution. This might have happened to you before. I know it's happened to me, and as a player experience, it can be frustrating. And as a mapper who's watching from the sidelines, it's also really frustrating. Like, how can you not figure out the solution? It's so obvious. I don't think either side is necessarily at fault here, it's just a situation that can happen. As mappers, it's really easy to fall into this trap of mapper bias, where the gameplay segment you create happens to work for you, so surely everyone else must think and play it the exact same way. So here's my view on how you can avoid this pitfall from the mapping perspective. The first piece of advice I have is to consider variability. In Celeste, many mechanics have variable levels of movement to them. For example, hitting a spring on the very top will actually send you...
Same map that I can't even follow yet. I've done so much going, I'm still very new. That's fine. You will learn stuff as you go. Can extend across mods for any games and maybe even games themselves. I think mod developers should have to find us in how their mods are experienced. I mean, how you could recommend, you can like, you can't really force people into doing it a certain way though, but
in a slightly different arc compared to hitting it from the bottom. If the hazards are placed in a way,
it's nice to have like some room for player freedom, right? You don't want to have it to be too open and it becomes too hard to figure out, because like having it like kind of enforced in what you want is good for like being it more clear in what how you makes it more clear to figure out what you're supposed to do. But having some freedom is also nice, because if it becomes too specific, it can become frustrating, because then it's just like very, you know, specific towards you and how you played it and how you made it.
Where you die from hitting the spring anywhere in the bottom half, this can be seen as a frustrating player experience. It can also be interpreted as intentional nuance, but I'll get to this point later. This example I made with springs probably won't really be relevant with the more experienced players. Many of them might die once and then naturally make the conclusion that, hey, I just need to hit the spring higher. But imagine you just started playing Celeste and you didn't know this. Then it can be kind of frustrating. Why do I die half the time but not the other half? Am I just missing something? Maybe I need to try another solution. And then what is a very simple move ends up snowballing into a not so simple thought process. But what if variability was more extreme? What if your level had many moving objects and maybe the timing where you activate each object can change how the rest of the room plays? In these cases, it will be a lot more difficult for even experienced players to deduce what went wrong. And then all of a sudden, a level that was super consistent for you, the mapper who's played the room in its perfect intended way a million times, is falling apart for the player. I think this sort of variability can occur with many mechanics within Celeste. Even isolating the palette to just the vanilla entities, we can see examples of variability with how they can be used. Dream blocks, for example, the position from which you enter them will matter. Any moving solids like move blocks or swap blocks will have variability, especially paired with other moving objects in parallel. Bumpers, the absolute goat when it comes to sending you in different variable paths. In fact, there's a pretty niche level that's intentionally designed around this variability. You've probably never heard of it though. Pufferfish, foldables like Theo or jellyfish, feathers, or even refills, all of these have variability to them. I think this is a very general but common problem that many people will run into, myself included. I'm not exempt from this. I'm totally guilty of not considering variability as well. So, let's consider some solutions then. Well, one of the most obvious ones is get playtesting. Watch people play your maps and see the parts they're dying or struggling on the most, and then ask yourself questions like, are they supposed to struggle here? And if not, why are they struggling? Is there something I can change to prevent that? I think you can learn a lot by just watching someone play your map, and the more you do this, the more you'll start picking up on things that players struggle with. It can even help with making future maps, because you'll be able to avoid these common player pitfalls that you discovered last time. Aside from that, even when playing your own levels, you can try changing things up, like switching control schemes or using mirror mode to disrupt your muscle memory. It's a surprisingly effective way to catch minor consistency issues in your moment-to-moment gameplay. As for actually addressing variability, I generally see two ways of going about it. Either enforce the correct solution by lowering leniency, or allow the variability to exist by increasing leniency. In the case of the spring example, this would be like only allowing the player to hit the top of the spring, maybe through additional spinner enforcement, versus lowering the incoming hazards to account for all possible arcs when hitting the spring. I think in general I prefer the second one of increasing leniency to allow variability to exist. In many cases, following the first...
I think it depends what kind of map you're going for, because for something like Aven Ascension, right, I end up, with the first option where I just make the path tighter to enforce it more, and then it becomes, more intuitive to read. But I think if you're making, an easier map, the second option is generally better, but, it can also just depend on the move or situation.
Solution will increase the difficulty of said move, while the second one will decrease difficulty. But in all honesty, it's a bit of a nuanced topic. Each solution comes with its fair share of problems. Decreasing leniency and enforcing certain moves might help solve the problem of variability, but introduces the problem of increased complexity, often making solutions more difficult to figure out with increasingly more convoluted setups. Please reference this classic meme created by Jucter during Super Effective. On the other hand, increasing leniency and allowing variability can introduce the potential for lame cheeses or skips, and also make solutions more difficult to figure out due to increased spacing. I'll talk more in depth about the relationship between these concepts of complexity and spacing later, but in my experience, this can be a common occurrence when tweaking your levels. One of the most surefire ways I've found to create more consistent solutions with less variability is to create a standardization move, or sequences that eliminates any existing variability. An example of this in the spring variabilities case would be to use an entity like a booster, which fixes your position from which you dash, guaranteeing you hit the part of the spring that's intended. If you have a lot of moving parts in your level that can have variability, enforcing a certain minimum speed can also be a way to standardize the solution. This is a very broad sort of concept, so I can't really give you an exact way of how to do this, just examples really.
It's okay.
In City of Broken Dreams, there's a lot of moving parts. Some of the tricks I've employed to make the level feel more consistent involves these types of solutions, where a certain contraption won't be activated until you reach a certain part of the level, or you're somehow enforced to reach a part of the level at a specific time through speed. Take this room for example, where hitting this switch will basically activate the movements for the entire room. So how do we keep this consistent and eliminate variability? Well, a few things have been made to standardize the movement. First standardization is the enforcement of speed to bounce off of these fish. You can't go any slower than a specific amount or you get the immediate feedback in death. Next standardization is speed once again. You have to keep between these two fish or you die. Final standardization is the falling segment, as Madeline will pretty much always fall at a fixed speed as long as you don't fast fall. So I enforce a precision slow fall here, and voila, a room full of moving contraptions turns out to be surprisingly consistent. Of course, this room also involves some nuances, such as giving enough leniency while still being able to enforce the speed, or keeping complexity low enough so the solutions are still intuitive, but I'll cover some of these details later. In essence, these are all
the issue I have with this room is that I held jump on the fish, because like
force a precision.
in like harder maps you pretty much always like need to like hold jump on the
of course
bounces like this.
Room.
But this is set up to work without holding jump, which was less. I don't know if this will be maybe covered later, but like I feel this is also the thing that like it depends on the player's skill level. It's more intuitive. Like fast bubbles are probably more intuitive for like higher skilled players, and then beginner players will be more intuitive to slow bubble. Similar thing with this, I think, where I'm just like holding jump intuitively on fish bounces when you're not really supposed to.
In my
and that's
later.
probably
in essence, these are all workarounds to the problem of variability, but in my opinion, one of the most valuable pieces of advice I have is to simply be open-minded and be willing to admit defeat and say, hey, this isn't working, I'm scrapping the move. From a bit more of a personal perspective, mapping can be a very long and arduous process for me. I've made rooms where I've scrapped them completely 3, 4, 5 times over because a certain move feels bad or the construction of the room led to parts feeling bad to play. In the past, I used to not really care about this, but as my design philosophies have evolved over time, I began caring more. So this is me laying it out to you without any secrets. Mapping is fucking difficult, and I struggle with it, even to this day after mapping for 4 years? Holy shit. Complex ideas can often...
Is Conquer Speak that long ago? What? Oh, that makes sense, because it was released during D1D7, mid-trying D1D7, wasn't it?
Hours, if not days, to pull off, and
Damn.
some ideas, while cool on paper, never even make it to the light of day because I can't get it to feel good to play. So,
Oh my god.
embrace change. Be open-minded for scrapping parts of your map. I really do think that can make a key difference in creating a better player experience. Another interesting discussion to have here regarding consistency in player experience is that of de-cheesing. Cheese, it's otherwise known as a way to exploit the level outside of the creator's intentions to make a portion of it easier, or even skip parts of it. I think cheese is a very interesting subject that has a lot of different interpretations. My philosophy on cheese has evolved quite a bit over the years. Initially, I actually embraced a lot of cheese, and even put intentional speedrun strats within my maps, and I think to some degree I still very much respect this type of design. However, as I spent more time in the mapping mines, I also realized that many times my goals for creating a map is to...
No one way higher level players and creators admit that stuff is hard, and even more when they admit things are easy to them now, have been hard for them before. Yeah, that's generally what I do. When people are like, struggling with like Feral, I'm like, yeah, Feral is hard. Like, it might not be for me anymore, but like, when I did Feral, Feral was hard. So it makes sense that for someone doing Feral for the first time, Feral is really hard when you're doing it for the first time. Right? But like, that also shows that like, I've gotten as far as I have, so like, so can you, you know? It's cool. Yeah, improvement. Improvement is awesome.
To create some sort of gaming experience for the player, and cheesing an important portion of the map may very well ruin that whole experience. This is all to say, in my opinion, de-cheesing is important, but should be done carefully. Specifically, these are some of the cases I'll consider patching cheese. First case, the cheese skips a large enough portion of the map where it takes away from the intended experience. This could mean a cheese that skips 90% of a room, so the player will never experience the concept of the room, which happens to be pivotal to the progression of the map. Let's call this de-cheesing to enhance the pacing. 2. the cheese is more obvious as a solution than the intended solution. Players will naturally gravitate towards this cheese instead of the intended. In the worst case scenario, this more obvious solution also feels worse to play and will actively impact how the map feels. Let's call this de-cheesing to increase readability and consistency. Lastly, the cheese skips a very important tutorial that will be used for the rest of the map. I actually witnessed a case of this live with the fan game blind race for the Climate Crisis, where Issy unintentionally cheesed the tutorial room for the section and ended up getting walled for a while later in a room that reused the tutorial room's concept. While it's kind of funny looking back at it, it's also a great example of the importance of de-cheesing. So let's call this one de-cheesing to become a better teacher. I think there's probably other cases, and it's a pretty nuanced case-by-case topic, but these are some of the most common ones that I've thought of with regards to cheese. I'll often embrace many forms of cheese if I think it's cool or if it doesn't really affect the player experience. However, while I value player freedom and experimentation, in practice de-cheesing is a necessary part in creating this better player experience, which I will always take as a level designer. This discussion naturally leads into another point of design that I want to make, which is that of
the way I deal with cheese is like, if I think that, like, I agree with like a lot of the things Ricky said there, but sometimes to me it's also just like, do I think the cheese is cool? I'll keep it. Do I think the cheese is lame or makes the section more boring and like too many people are doing it for the golden and something? I'm like, nah, I'm patching it, because like people keep finding cheese for the move at the end of Avian Ascension. We have like the frame perfect down dash into the buffered C-pop, and it's a cool move. I think cheesing that is lame. I don't want people to skip that, so I keep patching it. But like there's some other cheese that I'm like, that looks sick, that's cool, you know, and then I'll keep it because I just think that, because like I think in an early room maybe in a session someone found like a setup to like set up the 2-frame C-pop to be like a buffer by doing like a spring double hit or something, and I was like, that strat is sick. I forget what exactly it was, but it was a really cool strat. Or it was like the spring double hit into a corner drum, whatever. It was a cool strat. I'm like, I'm keeping that. And there's also like another input in Avian Ascension that was like people choosing it, and I'm like, I don't really like this input, so I'm gonna let people choose it. I'm gonna have to just be a separate option, because I don't like that move that much. I think it could be a frustrating move, so I'm just gonna have the option. You can do it intended if you want, or you can cheese it if you want. You know, I guess there's some freedom for the player to pick whatever move they like more
within your gameplay. Nuance is kind of a weird concept. As a broad term, I define it as the intricacies within gameplay that can add a sense of...
Yeah, you don't need to de-choose everything. Like, if you see someone do not the intended strat, you don't have to instantly patch it, right? It's good to embrace some level of cheese. You know? It's good to just, like, you know, it's good for maps to have some freedom, right? As long as it doesn't hinder the player experience. Like, if it makes it worse, like Ricky said, like, it's easier to read the cheese than the intended, and it's maybe worse to play. That's bad. You do want to patch that. But if it's just like an alternate strat that's like equally cool, or like it works equally well, then like that's like cool. That's like, it's good to have stuff like that. Honestly, have some player freedom. It's also just fun for the player.
Depth and complexity to your experience. In essence, all gameplay that requires your input has some degree of nuance. The timing for which you press the buttons to do the action matters, but at some point, adding too much nuance or too much complexity might result in a less accessible level. So how do you balance this? I'm going to coin a term here called intentional nuance, but really all I think I'm referring to when I say this is a level of nuance that feels reasonable to learn for the player playing the level. If you recall, I mentioned spring variability as a point to consider in terms of consistency, but to play devil's advocate, I can also say spring variability is an intentional nuance within the level, as you have to learn the intricacies for the spring's arc in order to master it, and that could very well be the author's intention. A level like Kaizo Summit is a great example of this, and many parts of that map has excellent intentional nuance centered around springs and canceling your momentum out of them. So then what makes unintentional nuance? Nuance that feels bad to play or feels cheap? And then once again, I'm going to put on my politician cap in order to say that it really does come down to your audience, how experienced the player is, and many other factors. So the best I can give you are very general, broad tips, but here are some things I think I've realized regarding nuance. Nuance can feel great if it is intuitive what the goal is and the failure feedback for it is immediate. Bring
That
back
one's
the example of
important.
Kaizo's summit, trying to hit the spring from the very bottom
Like
will
if you can realize what's going wrong, it's easy to adjust and learn from it. But if it's really hard to see why it's failing, then it can be frustrating.
kill you. This tiny bit of nuance serves as a tutorial for a move that will be expanded upon as you go through the map. The feedback of death is immediate, and your options here are so limited that the limitation itself is the indication of what to do. You can literally only do one thing here, so you try dashing back into the spring, and then the natural arc of the spring allows you to hit it again at a higher position, clearing the spinners. It's kind of a brilliant piece of tutorialization through intentional nuance. Good job, Zucchini. Continuing off of this idea of immediate feedback, I think if the feedback for a nuanced move isn't immediate, the eventual feedback solution should be intuitive. For example, fast falling. In this classic section of Farewell, we find that the feedback isn't given until you fall all the way to the bottom, only to realize you were too slow. However, that conclusion is enough information to naturally deduce that, hey, you gotta fall faster. So through that, the nuance can be smoothly communicated. At the same time, I also believe that this sort of late feedback nuance should probably be used in moderation and should be considered with how you pace the room. Otherwise, you get a level that often feels like trial and error, where you keep dying to something you failed to do earlier in the room, or if the feedback is late and at the end of the room can feel like a cheap gotcha to the player rather than a satisfying solution. Let's talk about Test Chamber 317. It's a map that I hold very close to my heart and I'm very fond of it. I've even made an entire devlog on it if you want to check it out here. It's also got a variety of these types of nuances I'm not particularly fond of in hindsight. For example, something like this room where the timings for jumping off each of the blocks is not inherently intuitive, as there's no real indication of when to perform them. So a lot of the room can feel like you're kind of blindly timing your jumps until you understand the nuance of the room in a very trial and error fashion. I think this would be what I'd consider unintentional or poorly designed nuance today. Conceptually, the way to fix this would be to lower the nuance for each jumping block. Maybe increase the time window for each move to allow for more leniency in the moving parts variability. Somehow. I'm not actually sure if this is fixable in practice, so I guess this room's staying as it is. Good luck. This other room in Test Chamber is actually my least favorite room in the map. The intended solution is a very nuanced set of moves where you avoid dashing and let the momentum of the blocks and the repulsion gel bounce you everywhere, but I don't think it's very clearly communicated, and the feedback can also feel late. You find out at the end of the room you were too slow or too fast, and it's not even obvious what you did wrong. This room also has the problem of cheese that I listed earlier, where you can unintentionally cheese portions of it, except it just feels worse to play than the intended solution.
That happened to me, I think.
Anyways, still love this map though. Previously, I mentioned this concept of immediate feedback and limitations to teach players nuance. I think this is a point I want to delve more into because it's one of the more interesting things to consider when it comes to readability in your gameplay. I'm going to introduce two ideas here: cognitive density and actionable space. My definition for cognitive density is how conceptually intuitive or convoluted a solution is. A low cognitive density setup would be something like this, where you have a double dash, for example.
So some of like two. Yeah, that one. Yeah, cause like that one is kind of nuanced, cause like it helps to know the mechanic of like if you jump from a fallen block, it falls immediately. So if you just climb to the top, do a small jump, it will fall immediately, and it will kind of set it up nicely. But that's super not intuitive, and if you don't do that, it becomes really hard and difficult to time. So like, yeah, I think you're totally fair in saying that.
And an obstacle that clearly requires the double dash. You see this, and immediately the solution is obvious even for less experienced players. I think the idea of nuance I discussed previously also falls under this category. Highly nuanced moves may create higher cognitive density, as you'll need better understanding of the game's mechanics to know what to do. Actionable space, on the other hand, would be defined as how many choices of moves the player has at any point in time. In this completely open room, you can pretty much do anything, so the actionable space of the level will be high. Meanwhile, for this particular set of spinners, the only way to get past them would be a right dash, so the actionable space would be low. The concept I previously discussed of immediate feedback would also be relevant here. If you have this spinner tunnel, the feedback of death for any directional dash other than a right dash is immediate. Therefore, it's an obstacle with low actionable space. The reason why I brought these concepts up is because I think balancing cognitive density and actionable space in your levels can be very helpful when trying to create a readable experience. In the simplest terms, having low cognitive density and low actionable space would make the most conventionally readable gameplay. So let's take a look at some examples. I think the A sides of Celeste mostly falls around here on this graph. With high actionable space and very low cognitive density. A room like this in old side probably has a million different ways you can approach it in terms of the exact inputs you make, so the openness of the level is quite high. However, the required cognition to beat the level is low because the actual goal for the room is about as simple as it can get. Reach the strawberry by going through the dream blocks and then come back. If you start examining the B and C sides of Celeste, you'll notice actionable space tends to go down, but cognition might go up. The final room of 7C doesn't offer a lot in terms of actual choices. At most point in times, you really only have one or two possible inputs to make in order to not die, and it's immediately recognizable based off of how the spinners are arranged. Cognition, on the other hand, is increased because many of the inputs you do have additional nuance, such as getting the maximum height from a spring, or timing your dash through these spinners. Overall, this ends up making for a more
I've kind of like understood this concept. I just never had like a term for them.
Level that's slightly less puzzly and more focused on execution, which is something that the B and C sides of Celeste excel at. Taking a look at example for some mods. Delusional Canopy is a mod that's very highly regarded for being readable, so let's take a look at how it would measure on this graph. Looking at one room in the first half,
Canopy would be like not a lot of room. It would be like more towards the
you'll notice it would be pretty low on both the cognitive density and actionable space scale. Yeah. At any point in time, there's pretty much only one possible move to make in order to not receive the immediate feedback of death, creating an environment with limited actions. At the same time, the cognitive density isn't too high, as there's not a lot of nuanced moves relative to the difficulty of the map, and the direction or pathing that you have to take is all telegraphed well and obvious. And remember, this is all relative to the difficulty of the map.
Right,
for example, I would consider this reverse super here as a move with low cognitive density, because for a high advanced, low expert player, it is intuitive to see this sort of arrangement of hazards and immediately understand what move is required. As we go into the second half of the map, we sacrifice a bit of readability in order to add a more nuanced mechanic in the form of reverse boosters, which increase cognitive density, but that in and of itself is a design choice, which changes the pacing and feel of the level. In this small segment of Flux Fortress, we see very high actionable space, but with relatively low cognitive density. The player can do a lot of things here, and none of them
think about this sort of stuff more on a game-to-game level than a map-to-map level. And like how I frame what a game is at its base level map. Yeah, that makes sense. Boosters.
Give immediate failure feedback if you do it. However, the final goal of this segment is very obvious and highly intuitive. Take the block and get up there somehow. As a result, this segment, despite its openness, ends up being surprisingly readable for most players thanks to the balancing between cognitive density and actionable space. I think about balancing these two metrics a lot when I'm mapping, and I think it can be a very useful way to view readability. Maps with high actionable space and low cognitive density tend to make for great puzzles, where the goal is obvious and the challenge lies in the how to get to the goal. I think a good amount of vanilla fall in this category. Low actionable space and high the level. In this small density, a more nuanced mechanic and...
Because, like, most is, like, one extreme side of the spectrum, right? With, like, most is, like, here. Like, LXVI is like this, right? LXVI is on one extreme of the spectrum. Like, the A-sides, Vanilla Celeste A-sides are pretty much as high as you get here. And then, like, most is pretty much as low as you get here. Because they're, like, super... That's the entire, like, design with, like, the most maps, right? Is that, like, they're super... Like, the moves are really complex. but to make them like work, there's like no room to do anything else. It's super claustrophobic, so it's like it's basically like as far over here as you can get. That's Mauve fall. Mauve isn't actually as much actionable as you would think. Mauve would be like probably like here-ish maybe. I'm not sure, honestly.
All is off fall in this category. Low actionable space and high cognitive density tends to make very nuanced but quote-unquote cool gameplay that explores more intricacies with mechanics. As quote-unquote cool space and high cognitive density tends to make very nuanced but
That's most
quote-unquote cool gameplay that explores more intricacies with mechanics, as previously shown in...
You know, that pretty much describes like CBVR, LXVI, right? Which I said was on the extreme side of that spectrum.
A map like Kaizo Summit, which forces the players to make nuanced actions through restricting movement choices. You will also see what I affectionately refer to as contraption-likes in this category, maps like Journeys of a Bygone Wanderer, where things are happening
Contraption.
And you're not sure what...
I like the term contraption-like. Our surgeon is Dutch.
or why, but the number of choices you have that won't get you immediately killed at pretty much any point in time is so low that it just ends up being readable anyway. Low actionable space and low cognitive density is often the easiest form of gameplay to read. An example would be standard text spam, as seen in maps such as Leviathan's Ultras, where the gameplay is both highly intuitive in its setups and telegraphs, and highly restrictive in what options won't kill you instantly. And lastly, high actionable space and high cognitive density will often lead to less readable gameplay in the sense that maps that embrace this approach are often designed as large, complex puzzles where the goal is to figure out both the where to go and how to get there. See something like Shrimp Timber Second or Labyrinth Mew. At most points when I'm mapping, I weigh the segment I'm working on using this spectrum. How many choices am I giving the player at this point in time? Are the choices intuitive, and if there are multiple, which one's more intuitive? How immediate will the feedback be to restrict actionable space, or how well telegraphed should a concept be to lower cognitive density? These are all thoughts that I consider when creating a map for my intended audience, whether I'm targeting flowy and readable gameplay, or a satisfying puzzle, or a gimmicky but fun room. It doesn't really matter, any style of gameplay can apply. I should make it clear that these aren't the sole determiners in terms of accessibility. The MOST campaign, by all definitions, is low actionable space with high cognitive density and highly nuanced moves, but still ends up being one of the hardest maps in Celeste modding regardless. If we're talking about pure accessibility, there's a lot more to be considered, but I think in terms of relative readability to a certain skill level, treating these metrics as rough guidelines can be very useful. Alright, now for the fun game. Rate your favorite maps on the scale, and maybe it'll tell you something about yourself and the type of gameplay you like. And who knows?
Wait. Puzzle cells, routing list slop, no thoughts head empty, Rube Goldberg machine. Great. Yeah, so like puzzle, like open-ended maps, routing list slop. No thoughts ahead empty, like just text spam Leviathan's Ultra, like what's brought up, and then Rube Goldberg, like clockwork and like journeys, and like I mean Alex Ray is in here as well, but I don't know.
Maybe it's something you can start sampling for your own maps.
Celeste readability political.
With all that being said, there's some other relevant concepts that I couldn't really fit into the previous section, so I'm going to use this next part to go over some of these more miscellaneous thoughts. I think room pacing is important for me when it comes to readability, in the sense that it can create a more or less grindy experience depending on your goal. If you put a tricky section at the beginning of the room and end with a more intuitive and easy to read section, then that room's pacing will be drastically different from a room that leaves the hardest section at the end. One isn't particularly better than another per se. I think it really ends up just depending on what experience you're going for.
I think it one could be better than the other when we talk about the length of a room. Because like Find a Goodbye is like the beginning is really tricky and it gets like easy towards the end, which when you're making a 9-minute room is kind of important. Because if you make a 9-minute room that has easy part at the start and a hard part at the end, that's gonna become really frustrating because the beginning is gonna become like an auto scroller and you're just gonna die to the ending and you're gonna get frustrated. Like I think if you're making like a long room, that it's important to like have the ending be like easy, more intuitive and easier than the beginning. If you want to put tricky stuff, put it towards the start.
For me, the less evil and more accessible approach will always be leaving the easiest but most cinematic experience to the end. But hey, you do you. As a mapper,
That's true. Ricky does tend to do that. I mean, you can like having a really hard move at the end can also just be cool though. Like in Aven Ascension, where I put like the ending of the room is really hard, but that just like I don't know. I think I really like having like a difficulty spike at the end of like a hard room, but it's like different when you're playing through like it depends on like what kind of map you're going for, right? And like what kind of people you're targeting and what difficulty. Because like for heartless maps, I do think there's some art to just having like a hard section at the end and just ending off with a really hard part. I think it's very satisfying. Can feel very like cool to just end off with a really hard part. It can be like because otherwise you could maybe feel like anticlimactic to have an easy part at the end, right? It feels much cooler when you end up with a hard section. So it kind of depends what you're going for.
it's crazy how much power you
That's okay.
possess in manipulating the player's emotions. Don't quote me on that.
Okay, I know this. I know this one. Oh, I hate. Oh my god. Never mind. I don't know this one.
One concept I didn't really get to talk about in detail is the idea of creating a rhythmic flow
Carl
in your
Sagan tweeted.
gameplay that naturally telegraphs moves. This is probably a pretty
Mario
elaborate
Maker YouTuber.
topic that I won't bother diving into too much in this video, but the idea of creating or even disrupting rhythmic gameplay flow can add nuance or affect readability. Take this part in 5B, where most people don't actually realize this
I fell for the
updash
berry
from
as
the
well.
booster is only 3 frames.
The funny,
This is
you know what? I want to know something really funny about the berry. If you pick up the golden, it swaps around, which is like genius. So like the first time you do this berry, it goes down instead of up, and you're like, what the heck? And then like I went for golden after some picked up the golden, went to the thing. I'm like, I know it's gonna go like down, so I went down and then I went up, and I'm like, there is no way.
because this move is telegraphed in advance, giving the player a chance to react and prepare for the timing. In this room of City of Broken Dreams, I think this down boost cancel from the fish is probably one of the hardest inputs in the map, and that's because it disrupts the rhythm of gameplay by suddenly reversing your momentum.
Yeah,
Believe it or not,
move
this
is
right dash
scary.
is actually a pretty lenient 4 to 5 frame window. I actually counted it, but it feels harder than something like the
Can that be 4 frame? That looks like
pretty
5
lenient
6.
4 to 5 frame window.
Actually, nope. Actually, nope. That would be 45.
I
No,
actually
never mind. I'm
counted
lying.
it,
I'm
but
big-
it
big
feels
lying.
harder than something like the updash in 5B because it just isn't as well telegraphed.
Yep. This is the entire thing I talk about when talking about like lenient 1 frames, right? Like the difficulty for timing is not just the frame window, right? It's not just like a 1 frame is always harder than a 2 frame and a 2 frame is always harder than a 3 frame. It's really important how like intuitive something is, like, which exactly this is a good example of that. That one is like telegraphed really well. The bubble moves at a constant speed. You can like it's very like easy to anticipate. This you go up and then instantly go down and your speed like goes from like moving up and then stops and you go down to different speed. It's like much harder to like anticipate the timing.
So, playing around with rhythm and natural gameplay flow can also be an interesting study on readability. In City of Broken
For
Dreams
sure.
case, I intentionally create more nuance here by sacrificing a bit of readability, which I think can also be a cool route to explore. Previously, I discussed ways to handle level variability, such as enforcing a tighter but less lenient solution, or allowing a more lenient solution to support all ranges of variability. A more broad interpretation of this could also be allowing variability at higher level solutions, so there could be multiple ways to approach an obstacle. In general, I find this pretty tricky to do for higher level gameplay. Even the vanilla Celeste kind of gives up on its philosophy of open levels with low cognitive density as you go into the harder levels like the seasides.
becomes much
However,
harder.
it is admittedly very cool when it's pulled off well. I think in order to allow multiple solutions to coexist well, each solution must all be equally viable and consistent to play, and the cognitive density for the solution must be low. In this room for City of Broken Dreams, I give a lot of open space to the players to approach this obstacle. The final solution
Looks like forever you can follow the happenings. Things you feel one day can get there. That's awesome. And we have some words. Yeah, some of them are less so.
can be surmised through a bit of spatial reasoning. You clearly need to go up, and in order to go up, you need to get here with a double dash. With that solution being intuitive, the question no longer becomes where, and now becomes how. Initially, this first move was intended as a wall bounce into the double dash crystal, and then 2 left dashes to break the switch. However, after 2 minutes of playing, I realized you can quote-unquote cheese this section by simply climbing. So I have 2 ways of resolving this here. The first is to enforce the wall bounce and then enforce the direction you go with some jump throughs. However, I find that cluttering entities everywhere to enforce a specific path often makes a level less approachable unless the solution is blatantly obvious or the level plays like an auto level that just kind of guides you through without the player input needed. I chose to go with the other approach, which is to increase leniency to the point where any combination of these moves will work and will feel equally as good to play. You can do a climb jump or a wall bounce, you can go over or under with a double dash crystal. And just like that, a simple routing puzzle has been created that's not too obtuse or difficult to figure out, with multiple approaches that all work. That being said, if you got stuck on this room, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass and this video is a sham. Who knows? Another aspect that can very much influence the moment-to-moment readability of your room is keeping camera in mind. I'm not going to dive into the details here of how to camera your levels. I think there's plenty of good resources out there to detail that, taking this time to show GameAtion's guide on camera that you should definitely read up on. But as a general rule, Madeline should usually stick around the opposite third of the screen to the direction you're moving. So, for example, if Madeline is moving right, she should be on the left third of the screen to give adequate time to react to upcoming obstacles. One sort of interesting topic that's relevant to camera in a way is the idea that camera, as well as many other minute aspects of designing a level, can help imply certain types of movement. While this is no absolute approach or method, you can get away with a lot by simply urging the player in the right direction with little bits of, for lack of a better word, psychological manipulation. It's honestly really surprising how many people will just instinctively go for a touch switch, even if there's no switch gate at the end. Many people who are especially used to how mods play don't even think twice.
They don't even... It's funny how often this happens, and it takes people, like, many playthroughs to realize that the touch switch doesn't actually do anything. I forgot what map it was, but there was one map where there were just touch switches, and they didn't do anything. But, like, neither me or other people didn't realize for like such a long time that they just didn't do anything, and we're like, oh wait, they're just there for
about these common tropes.
Guidance.
You see an ice wall above you, wall bounce. You see a 2-tile crumble block, wave dash. In truth, a lot of creating readability also falls down to how you present your level as a whole, and how that level can help the player predict its movement. That being said, this method is definitely not foolproof. Relying too heavily on stuff like implied indicators, such as the ice wall or the crumble block, is like relying too heavily on a crutch. Not everyone will have played 200 mods and know what to expect. These aren't really ideas that are communicated in the base game, and ultimately will create varying differences in experience for different players. I think beyond just these vague indicators, there should also be a hard enforcement to some degree, having a gap where the only way to cross it is a wave dash, or having the spinners to enforce the wall bounce. Otherwise, you can fall back into the pitfall of players not playing your level as intended, potentially leading to a worse experience. So, what's the takeaway from all this? Mapping in game design can be very complicated and honestly overwhelming. When it comes to creating a product that many people can enjoy, you really have to zoom out and look at things from many different perspectives. And even then, you'll probably fail a few times. I want to make it clear that nothing I say in this video is meant to be interpreted as rules when it comes to mapping. I know for many people, spending hours fine-tuning 2 inputs so that it's 100% consistent and can never be misinterpreted, it's just not fun, and that's fine. You can have your own artistic vision for your levels, what your goals are, and how accessible you want it to be. Not everything has to be for an external audience or to be readable. Players even have different preferences. While readability is one that's highly valued, there are many who prefer an experience that involves a bit more player agency, like solving puzzles, or even grinding hours on a pure trial and error muscle memory sort of experience. Everyone's different, and that's expected. I think the goal of this video was just to explore one avenue of gameplay in Celeste, and the fact that there are so many more interpretations of how Celeste mods should play is a great testament to how much longevity this game's modding community has had. thanks for watching. It's been a while since I've made a video essay like this, and I think this is by far my longest one, so hopefully
Yep.
it wasn't too boring or random.
No, that was awesome.
Deep diving into stuff like moment-to-moment gameplay has actually been on my mind for a while now.
That's really good.
It actually took me over
This
4
video was
months
so
to write
readable.
the script on and off because I just didn't know how to organize all my thoughts, but hopefully it didn't come off as like a jumbled brain dump. Okay, maybe it did, but hey, got my message out there. That's all that really matters. Let's see. I also wanted to say a quick thanks for the Community Award. I felt kind of bad because I actually ended up being busy the day of the awards, so there was like 0 live reaction from me. I think I found out like 2 days later that I was actually given the award, which I think it's really cool that so many people like these little analysis videos I make. I always
They're
view
awesome. I like them so much.
as like a little bit self-indulgent, since it's kind of just me rambling about my nerdy takes on game design, but the fact that so many other people seem to enjoy this type of content is very, very flattering. It's genuinely really cool. So thank you, and I'll continue to provide my insights whenever I get some inspiration to make a video again. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Thanks for watching. Hopefully it won't take me another year to make another video.
Was it really a year? Oh, it was. Yippee! Hey, big shout out to Ricky. Good video. Really good video. Okay. Now it's time for me to go get in bed. Dragon. I have not
Up
actually
left, buffer right dash.
touched BTD6 again. I heard there's new stuff. I've watched a video. I haven't actually touched the game again, but I have watched a video because there was new monkey, and I was curious. I haven't actually. I had like a short return to the game a while ago, but like I haven't actually touched it any bit. Where is it? Where is game? Oh, it's up here. Update queue. Really? Oh, that's longer ago than I thought. Crazy. Okay. What did you play for the first time in a while today? Cause sick. Well, yeah, I'm also sick. Cause as you can tell by the constant coughing, maybe. No, that's not. Hi again, but yeah, it's end stream end time. Alright, thank y'all for hanging out. Go say hi to Dragon. Go drop Dragon follow. They're cool. I will see you again tomorrow. Hope you have a good day. Hope you have a good night. Bye. Love y'all.